Out here in the fields, I found for my meals. I get my back into my living. I don't need to fight to prove I'm right. I don't need to be forgiven. Don't cry, don't raise your eye. It's only teenage wasteland. Sally, take my hand. We'll travel south across land. Put out the fire and don't look past my shoulder. The exodus is here. The happy walk of near. Let's get together before we get much older. Teenage wasteland. It's only teenage wasteland. Teenage wasteland, oh yeah. Teenage wasteland. They're all wasted.
I'm an agent of chaos. Oh, and you know the thing about chaos? It's fear.
What? Yo, see, there's a motto here. Your job is just to piss them off, get them talking, arguing, and getting all their friends involved. Y'all can take it how you want it, getting gay and mad. It's all about ideas, and the good always outweigh the bad. Raise the flag, homie, take some fucking pride in that. We hate this fucking government, and ain't nobody hide that fact. This a symbol of the freedom that they taking from your patriots, accustomed to the darkness they've been fading unto. From Lima to Cleveland, back to Toledo, these jokers, Heath Ledgers, you faggots, it's Jared Leto, me amigos, all Devos. Shoulders got Doritos, hot Cheetos, Fritos, and those big ass bags of Tostitos. It's a party, y'all. Don't mind a little argument. We're all adults, it ain't no reputation tarnishing. Hypnotizing bitches like the slow jam bad. It's safety for no man, it's snowman's land. We ain't dealing with your bullshit. Operator, hop out in a full kit. Got them things that go bang, ain't never out of range. Y'all should probably let me do my thing, hot dang, yeah. We ain't really dealing with your bullshit. Operator, hop out in a full kit. Got them things that go bang, ain't never out of range. Y'all should probably let me do my thing. Hot dang.
Upset the established order, and everything becomes chaos.
Yo. What's up, everybody? Can you hear me all right? Audio good? I hope it is, anyhow. Kid's been messing with the damn knobs again. Is the audio good? Can you guys hear me all right? Hopefully it ain't clipping. Hopefully everything's going down all right. But yeah, man, here we are. The day has finally arrived. What do you know? They're going to let that fucking evil cackling bag of bones actually debate Donald Trump. What do you know? What do you know? But while we're waiting, that's scheduled to start at 9, I believe. I figured while we were waiting, there's plenty of shit going on, as far as the news. Actually, Kamala just got done delivering she just got done doing a rally over, I think in Minnesota. No, where was that rally? She just got done doing a rally. That much I do know. I watched some of it, but I stopped it and rewound it to the beginning so we could watch some of her lies that she's going to try and convince us of. But yeah, man, the day is here. The day we thought would never happen. Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it? But right now we got this right here. Let's go ahead and watch this, see what she's got to say so far. I'll drop the link out there, man. That way, if anybody wants to hop up, chop it up while we're listening to this shit, waiting for the debate to happen, you can do so. Also, make sure you share this out, man. Share. We need to get as many people watching this shit tonight as possible, commenting, talking about it, giving their opinions about what they're watching and what they're seeing. Without further ado, man, let's listen to this rally.
Savannah. Good afternoon. Oh, it's good to be back in Savannah.
Oh yeah, she's in Georgia. I forgot, Savannah, Georgia, before she flies back up to Pennsylvania for the debate.
Incredible leadership.
I wonder how many tons of jet fuel she's dumping all over the place while she's flying to all these rallies and debates and shit. All while she's trying to campaign on a platform of climate control.
We've been hanging out for the last 2 days. Mayor, I thank you so very much for your leadership. Thank you. Congresswoman Nikema Williams, the chair of the Democratic Party of Georgia, for your friendship and your sisterhood. And to all the leaders with us today, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. I also bring greetings from our president and a great friend of the state of Georgia, Joe Biden. And let us...
Is it just me or does she look whiter than normal? Holy shit. She just looks weird looking.
Also send our love to the great president from the state of Georgia, Jimmy Carter. So, Georgia, I love you back. I love you back. And we have 68 days to go until this election.
Man, that's scary. 68 days, folks.
And I think you all have spent your time here, sacrificing all your other obligations to be here together, us as one community, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And I thank you for taking that time. And listen, so we're here to speak truth. And one of the things that we know, this is going to be a tight race until the very end. Okay? So let's not pay too much attention to the polls because we are running as the underdog. Okay? And we have some hard work ahead of us, but we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is good work.
I don't believe that. You guys haven't done any hard work this whole fucking term. I mean, you're in office as the vice president running for the president on shit that you should have already been working on, that you have absolutely done nothing with.
And with your help, we are going to win this November. We are going to win this November. Yes, we will.
Bring on the ballot harvesting.
So look, Georgia, let me say, I'm no stranger to tough fights. Before I was elected vice president, before I was elected a United States senator, I was an elected attorney general, and before that, an elected district attorney. And before that, I was a courtroom prosecutor.
And in all that time, she locked away more black men than any other fucking woman in the history of America.
In the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I spoke 5 words. Kamala Harris for the people.
She must not think black men are people.
My entire career, I've only had one client, the people.
You mean the state?
I stood for women and children against predators who abused them. I took on the big banks and delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure. I fought against cartels who traffic in guns, drugs, and human beings. And I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges. For workers who were being cheated out of the wages they were due, and for seniors facing elder abuse. And I will tell you, those fights were not easy. And neither were the elections that put me in those offices. But we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. Always. And that is the fight we are in right now, a fight for America's future. We fight for a future with affordable child care, paid leave, and affordable health care. And on that last subject, let's finally expand Medicaid in Georgia. So people can
Georgia don't have Medicaid?
a doctor or go to an emergency room without going into medical debt. We fight for a future where we build what I call an opportunity economy, so that every American has the opportunity to own a home, to start a business, and to build wealth and intergenerational wealth.
How are you going to make that happen as president?
Where we lower the cost of living for America's families. So when I was Attorney General, I went after price fixing schemes. And love you back. And I will tell you, when we get this done together, my friend, and when I am president, I will take on the bad actors who exploit a crisis to rip off consumers on everyday items. To rip off consumers on everyday items like groceries. I will take on Big Pharma and cap the cost of prescription drugs and insulin for all Americans.
Why haven't you and Joe already done that?
I will take on the high cost of housing and work with developers to cut the red tape and build millions of new homes. And I will give 100 million Americans a tax cut, including $6,000 to families during the first year of their child's life. Understanding folks just need a little help from time to time. And it's not about just getting by, it's about getting ahead. $6,000 in the first year of a child's life to help pay for that car seat or the crib or the baby clothes. And unlike Donald Trump, I will always put the middle class and working class families first. Always. I come from the middle class. I know what I'm talking about. And Savannah, but we got some work to do, okay? We got some work to do because we know Donald Trump has a very different plan. He has a very different plan. Just look at his Project 2025 agenda. Right.
Now you're pushing lies.
Donald Trump intends to give tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations. He intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. And he wants to impose what in effect is a national sales tax on everyday products and basic necessities. And it will cost, the economists will tell you, it will cost a typical American family nearly $4,000 a year. So Georgia, on top of all of this, if Donald Trump wins in November, he intends to end the Affordable Care Act, to take us back to a time when insurance companies were not going back. We're not going back.
I hate that fucking communist chant.
And the reason we know we can't go back, to your point, the reason we know we can't go back on the issue of the Affordable Care Act, remember what that was like before we had the Affordable Care Act? Remember when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions? Remember what that was like? Children with asthma, breast cancer survivors, grandparents with diabetes.
What's good, Rashu?
So yeah, we're not going back.
Listening to what they got to say, catching up before this debate that happens at 9 o'clock that I'm going to live stream in real time.
Forward. Ours is a fight for the future. And it is a fight for freedom. Like the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do.
Quit lying and saying that they're doing that when they're not.
And understand how we got here. When he was president, Donald Trump handpicked 3 members of the United States Supreme Court.
Right on.
With the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade, and they did just as he intended.
Now you're making
And
assumptions.
now, more than 20 states have a Trump abortion ban, including Georgia. In fact,
That's a lie,
every
too.
state in the South, except for Virginia, has a Trump abortion ban. And think about that. Many, with no exceptions even for rape and incest.
That is a lie. Quit lying.
Immoral. And let us all
Every
agree,
state makes exemptions for that.
one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do.
But everybody else has got to placate to her, right?
And if he wins, Donald Trump will go further. He will sign a national abortion ban. You best believe.
That's making a
And he
pretty
would
large
create a national anti-abortion coordinator
assumption.
and force states to report.
I don't think Donald Trump can make an abortion ban.
Project 2025.
He could do an executive order, but he can't make no law saying that there's an abortion ban. That's Congress's job. So nice try, lady.
They are out of their minds.
It's crazy how many people are so fucking ignorant that they actually believe the shit that's coming out of your mouth.
Why don't they trust women?
Because
well, we trust women.
Women don't trust women.
And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. And across our nation, in addition to that, we are witnessing a full-on assault on other hard-fought, hard-won fundamental freedoms and rights. Let me just say something. Hold up for a second. Let me just say something. We are fighting for a democracy. Everyone has a right and should have their voices heard. I am speaking now, but on the subject, I will say this, the president and I are working around the clock. We've got to get a hostage deal done and get a ceasefire done now.
Yeah, because you don't want to have to deal with it.
So back to this election and Donald Trump. So in addition to the fight on the fundamental freedom to make decisions about one's own body, I have been traveling our country, and the people of Georgia know what I know. There is a full-on assault on hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights, including the freedom to vote, the freedom to be safe, from gun violence.
Man, she loves gaslighting the crowd.
And an attack on the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride.
Bullshit, 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 and more bullshit.
Against all of that, including the freedom to live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis.
Well, you're not helping flying around in that fucking jumbo jet you're in.
Generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom. Now, Savannah, the baton is in our hands. So we who believe in the sacred freedom to vote will finally pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. We who believe in the freedom to live safe from gun violence will finally pass universal background checks. And
there's already universal background checks, bitch.
So much is on the line in this election. So much is on the line.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Sounds like our freedom's on the line.
This is not 2016 or 2020. Things are different. A lot is the same when we think about the issues, and then there is significant differences. The stakes in 2024 are even higher.
Because we got a woman running this year.
that the United States
And you got to elect me.
recently just basically told the former president that going forward, he will be effectively immune no matter what he does.
That's a lie, too. Quit lying. And if he is immune, that means you're immune.
Now, just imagine. Well, the courts are going to take care of that. We're going to get him out of, we're going to elect ourselves and everybody here.
Did you hear that? She almost slipped. We're going to get him out of there.
But I mentioned the Supreme Court ruling because understand what this means. Just imagine, before there was at least the threat of consequence, understand what it now means, and imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails. Imagine what that means when you consider he has openly vowed that if reelected on day one, he will be a dictator.
What the fuck ever?
That he would end the independence of the Department of Justice so he could have unchecked power
What?
and seek vengeance against people who disagree with him.
Wow. Wow.
He even called for termination of the United States Supreme, the supreme land of our nation, the United States Constitution.
I'm sorry, you couldn't even get that out. You sounded like fucking Biden trying to fucking get that out, man. And you fucked it all up. I don't believe that at all. That's some fucking shit you just made up. You motherfuckers are crazy.
Think about what that means, and let us be very clear. Someone who suggests we should terminate the Constitution of the United States should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States of America.
Isn't Joe Biden the one that said that the Constitution doesn't matter when he was trying to force everyone to take the jab?
Never again. So it all comes down to this. We are all here together, spending this time together because we love our country. We love our country. We love our country.
They love selling our country out.
You know the privilege and pride that comes with being American. And I do believe it is the highest form of patriotism to fight for the ideals of our country. That is how we realize the promise of America. Georgia, for the past 2 election cycles, voters in this very state, you who are here, have delivered. You sent 2 extraordinary senators to Washington, D.C. You sent President Biden and me to the White House. You showed up, you knocked on doors, you registered folks to vote, and you made it happen. You did that. You did that. And so now we are asking you to do it again.
That's some scary shit.
Let's do it again. So, Savannah, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, God bless you and God bless the United States. Good afternoon, Savannah. Good afternoon. Oh, it's good to be back in Savannah. Good afternoon. Can we please hear for Caitlin and her incredible
Story. Tonight's debate set to happen live in Philadelphia in just a couple of hours, not too long from now. So what is at stake here? I don't have to tell you, right? Tens of millions of people could be watching, and Kamala Harris wants to define herself for voters. At the same time, the vice president wants to make the case against somebody who voters say they know well, former President Trump. For his part, he's the one who wants to take the lead on defining the vice president, but he's got his own challenge too, staying on message, staying away from the personal attacks his allies want him to avoid. That's an instinct he's been unable to resist in the past, even as his most recent debate against President Biden showed he can stand back and let an opponent unravel. So let's get you to Philly with Monica Alba. And Monica, let's talk through what you're hearing from sources about strategy for the vice president moving forward tonight. We understand, I know from some of our team members that sources are saying she is ready. She's been preparing in Pennsylvania for days now. Talk us through it.
Pretty extensively, Hallie, and that is no accident. This is somebody who is approaching this like a prosecutor preparing for trial. She poured over all of the documents, all of the briefing books. She went over all of the game film to see every time Donald Trump has basically appeared on a debate stage. And she's coming out of this, I'm told, feeling like she knows what he will say on any given topic when it comes to what he has said in the past. But she's leaving open the door, of course, for the possibility of those very unscripted moments where there may be some personal attacks. There could be derogatory comments. There could be all of these things that I'm told in these mock debate sessions that she had in Pittsburgh over the last 5 days. They did practice. They went through the scenarios and they had somebody, a longtime Democratic aide who did the same thing for Hillary Clinton in 2016, Philippe Reines, playing Donald Trump, suit, tie, and all, so that they could actually go through some of these potential exchanges. Now, they say that she is somebody who approaches these things again seriously and is going to be focused on the substance, but they also know there's going to be a lot of attention on the style. Are they going to shake hands? These are two people who've never met before or really had any face-to-face time. So tonight, that will be a new angle to all of this. And then on top of all of that, Hallie, the fact that Americans in polls say that they just still really feel like they need to learn more about Vice President Harris to make up their minds about whether they would support her or not, that is something they are completely aware of and know that she has a high bar for meeting in terms of trying to communicate something new about herself to these voters who could be critical, especially in a Commonwealth like this, but all across the country as she's on stage tonight.
Excuse you, Monica Alba. Bonus points for correctly using the word Commonwealth. So thank you for that as a Pennsylvania native. You talk about voters. That's what matters, right? That is end game. That's like all of it when early voting starts potentially next week, as soon as then, where you are in PA, obviously in November for most. One voter who backed President Biden, but now leans towards Mr. Trump, is in Arizona. And one of our embeds, Alex Tabbitt, asked him about what he wants to hear from the candidate that you cover. Let me play that.
I feel like she hasn't been challenged enough in a lot of these interviews where I feel like she's prepared and they don't really push the envelope too much. So we'll see tomorrow.
And if she does get challenged and if she answers them well, could you potentially, change her mind?
Yeah, absolutely. As long as my concerns get addressed, I'm open to vote for anyone.
You see that in a mayor's poll out just today, right? 70% of voters say they're watching. 30% say it could matter a great deal or a good amount. That's not everybody. That's not even the majority. But in a race where the margins are this tight, it could be a game changer.
And they know that. And they know that there's basically this dichotomy between, okay, voters who see her and say, well, she clearly is somebody who's aligned with President Biden. So does she represent everything that he stood for? But she's also coming out here and saying things like there's a new way forward and I'm all about the future. So which is it? They are aware that that is the dynamic in voters' minds that they need to address and that they need to do that with certain policies where maybe she will break with President Biden a little bit while still praising his leadership overall. But also they know that there are certain things that she's going to talk about. Well, if I'm elected, here's what I would do differently. And on some of that substance, it's hard to get that across in a 2-minute answer on the debate stage. But that's something she's going to be trying to do as well, I'm told tonight. Hallie.
Monica Alba there on the spin room floor. That is also where we'll find Garrett Haake, who, of course, covers former President Trump and was just like chit-chatting on the phone today about how he's feeling, how he's doing. You've been talking about it all day. He's feeling, he says, good. I think it would be far bigger news if he says he's feeling terrible, right? But the point is, he knows what is on the table tonight, right? I mean, he understands, I think, somebody who understands television, who understands audiences. Tens of millions of people could be watching, possibly twice as many as who tuned into the RNC.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. And look, I mean, Donald Trump's done more of these than any other candidate in history. So he understands the format as well as he understands the stakes. And I think he's eager to get on the stage after what I'm told by sources involved in the prep was a last couple of days in which he actually really did bear down and get serious about prepping. I think in the lead up of the last 2 weeks, that wasn't always the case, but he's a little bit more focused now. He told me that the hardest thing about preparing to debate Kamala Harris is this idea that she's taken some contradictory positions over the last couple of years, and he's not sure essentially which set of positions to prepare for. Now, I can tell you his campaign says the answer to that question is one they're happy to supply. They're going to respond to her as though whatever they think the most liberal or the most out of the mainstream position she has taken in the past, and basically say whatever else she says tonight, that's what her viewpoint is. Now, I separate the campaign and Trump because this is always the challenge with Trump.
Yeah, that's right.
We know what the strategy is. What we don't know is what the execution will be like once the lights turn on and there's a sort of a real live person there at the other lectern ready to go.
Because listen, you are, I think, a Dr. Becky acolyte as well, and something that she often says, two things can be true. And in this instance,
That's
two
right.
things can be true as it relates to former President Trump and debates. He has done, as you say, a number of debates, and in many of them, he can be prone to being erratic, meandering, lobbing personal insults. We have seen that Donald Trump on the debate stage before, somebody who interrupts, for example. We've also seen the Donald Trump that was on stage in June that essentially looked to the other lectern and let President Biden unravel his own presidential campaign. And I think that gets to what you're talking about here. There's a real question. Which of those candidates is going to be on stage tonight?
Yeah, and I don't think we'll know until it's well underway, Hallie. I mean, the way I always tell this to people is that Donald Trump doesn't change, but he can focus. And he can especially focus when he thinks things are going his way. I've also been told that the tightening of these polls, there was that New York Times poll over the weekend that showed him with a margin of error lead over Kamala Harris, has kind of settled his nerves a little bit. His campaign had long predicted that Harris would have a honeymoon after her convention that would eventually end and things would kind of reset to where they are now. I'm not convinced that Trump always believed that, but I think he does now once again see a race that is very, very close. And I think he feels a little bit more comfortable with the strategy as it exists. But again, the moment he starts to feel that's not necessarily going his way, I think that's when we could see the sort of bad version of Trump that you just described, which his campaign is hoping does not make an appearance on stage here tonight in Philadelphia.
Garrett Haake, both style and substance, obviously on stage, and will be watched very carefully. Garrett, we'll talk to you like 1,000 times through the course of the evening. Thank you very much. Let me bring in Florida Republican Congressman Byron Donalds. Congressman, of course, a friend of the former president's. Thank you very much for being with us. It's good to see you again.
It's good to be with you. You should be here with us, not in New York.
Hey,
I'm
man.
upset that you're not here, but it's good to be with you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll send that up the food chain. So listen, I don't know if you had a chance to listen to my conversation with my colleague Garrett Haake there, but we were talking about, candidly, the different versions of Donald Trump we have seen on the debate stage. One version who is prone to interrupting, who is prone to insults, who is prone to meandering. Another version who, as we saw in June, has the ability to let an opponent essentially unravel, as we saw with President Biden and his campaign. Which Donald Trump is taking the stage tonight, Congressman?
I believe you're going to see the same Donald Trump we all saw in Atlanta about 2 months ago, excuse me. He's going to come in, he's going to be calm. He's going to set the contrast of his successes versus Kamala Harris's and Joe Biden's failures. And it's apparent for everybody to see. The polling has told everybody what we already knew. They failed on the economy, they failed on inflation, they failed on the border, and they have failed on foreign policy. Those are things that Donald Trump was very successful with when he was
They have
president
literally
of the
failed
United
at
States.
everything.
I don't think there's going to be any change from his tone and his demeanor and that focus tonight. Same thing that happened in Atlanta a couple months ago. But the key thing in tonight's debate is what's Kamala Harris going to do? The pressure is on her to perform, not Donald Trump. The American people know exactly who he is and what he's going to do. She has to have a knockout performance tonight. I don't believe that's going to happen.
Our team has reported that the former president has gotten more, quote unquote, dialed in recent days after maybe being a little bit nervous, maybe disengaged. I know you talk with him a lot. Have you spoken with him today, recently? What's the vibe check there?
Not talked to him today, but I know that he's been focused on really getting out there and seeing the American people. If you've looked at his schedule, they've ramped up the amount of rallies and events, talking public policy. The economic speech the other day in New York City, you couple that with the fact that he has been talking to the media like he always does, but then also adding more into it. All of the
Byron
podcast
Donalds would have made
interviews
a
that he has
good
done
vice
that
presidential
last 30
pick
minutes,
too, for Trump.
45 minutes, an
I
hour,
agree
an
with you
hour
on
and
that,
a
Green
half.
Lord.
Meanwhile, contrast that with Kamala Harris. Nobody's seen her really in about 2 weeks. So I think it's important for everybody to understand that this is a campaign and this is a race where Donald Trump knows where he wants the country to be at. He wants America to be great again. He wants to fix our economy and secure our borders. That's the same thing the American people want.
Of course, the vice president was just out in Pittsburgh a couple of days ago. But Congressman, you mentioned the many interviews, the many discussions that former President Trump has. He came under fire just recently for what critics called his word salad answer on child care, for example, meandering, rambling, in the words of some critics here. What is he doing in these quote unquote prep sessions where he's talking policy with Congressman Gates, with former Congressman Tulsi Gabbard, with others? What is he doing in these policy sessions to try to avoid a moment like that on the debate stage?
Well, I think, look, when you're dealing with somebody who has so much experience, not just being commander in chief, but also in our economy for the last 60 years in our country, he has a working knowledge of just about every public policy issue anyway. I think these conversations are more about refining those points, which is smart things to do, but he's going to be ready to go. There's no doubt about that. There's the conversations going in and out of these policies, just cleaning up some of that stuff for the debate stage. Every campaign does that. He's doing that as well. But is he like standing in front of a lectern with all the staging?
I know he's not.
Harris,
you don't have to tell me that. I know.
He's not doing that.
What about the gender dynamic here? Because he is taking the stage now, as he did with, of course, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, against a woman who is looking to be the first woman in the White House, as there exists a double-digit gender gap right now. How much is that coming into play in the prep and the discussions?
Right. I don't think it's going to come into play that much, because at the end of the day, whether you're male or female, whether you're black or white or Hispanic, the border matters to you. The economy matters to you. Those are the things that can be fixed. If you look at Pew Research's poll, I think came out maybe yesterday, the day before, there's a gender gap going the other way. Same gender gap with men who were supporting Donald Trump versus women who were obviously leaning towards supporting Kamala Harris. But like I said, Hallie, this debate, the pressure's on Kamala Harris. She's the one that has to perform. Right now, her support, what is it, 48%, 47% nationwide? But the strength, the durability of that support is an inch deep. That's her problem. Donald Trump doesn't have that problem.
Congressman Byron Donalds. Congressman, thank you so much for being with us from, my hometown of Philly. I appreciate you being there. Thank you. Let's get a sense now. You heard the congressman talk about sort of the numbers, where things are. Who knows the numbers better than this guy? Steve Kornacki. Hi, pal.
Hallie.
State of play. Like, let's get into it, right? Because we said it at the top of the show. You can pick your cliche, whatever it is. It's close, and that's just the bottom line right now.
Yeah, I mean, look at it here nationally here. This is our running average of all of the major national polls. Harris 47, Trump 45 going into this debate. Now, a couple things. This is down a tick. Going into last weekend, Harris had a 3-point advantage in the average. The most recent national polling, the New York Times poll yesterday had Trump ahead, has brought this thing a little bit closer. This is an improvement for Democrats, certainly from when Joe Biden was the candidate. He trailed Trump all year. But for Donald Trump, you think back to 2016, 2020, this same point, he was further behind than he is right now.
That's interesting that they say that, because I don't recall them. I actually recall every time the polls were brought up, they would say that Biden was actually leading Trump. Now they're trying to say that he was trailing him most of the year, when most of the year they were saying that he was leading. That's interesting.
Right now. So it's familiar territory for Trump. And it also raises that question. I mean, this was the story of 16. Trump lost the popular vote, found a way in the Electoral College. 2020, Trump really lost the popular vote, nearly found a way.
But that is why the battlegrounds matter. That is why they are so important. And our polling shows that Kamala Harris is doing better than Joe Biden in some of those critical states.
Absolutely. I mean, again, it's a continuation. We say she takes the lead nationally. Biden didn't have that. And then, we went one too far there.
It happens.
I'm giving away the later stuff. So here we go. This is our running average in the battleground states, 7 core battleground states. And yeah, you do see Harris with small. It doesn't get any smaller than this.
Way inside the margin of error.
I mean, that's it. Razor thin. Trump by a half a point here. One thing to flag on this, though, the one state where it's not that tiny is Wisconsin. Harris 4.3. And you may remember 2020, of all the swing states, the biggest polling miss was Wisconsin.
Interesting.
2016, too. Overestimated Democratic support both times. Are we seeing that again?
It's all happening. I'm looking at this state here, this Commonwealth, of course, of Pennsylvania. Super, super close. You've got, obviously, the debate there today. You've got J.D. Vance heading there this weekend. You've got Kamala Harris doing another event later in this week as the vice president and her running mate get out there to barnstorm after the debate. It's so critical to this race. Where do things stand there?
Yeah, and I mean, look at it. You could see Harris by 1.5 points in the average. Not a ton of recent polling, but look at it this way. Pennsylvania has 19 electoral votes. You got 16, you got 10, you got 6, you got 15, you got 16, and you got 11. What does that mean? If you're a campaign and you lose Pennsylvania, you got to win at least 2 others to offset it fully. First among equals in the swing states, Pennsylvania.
All right, so what are you watching for tonight?
You were just talking about it, too. You know, Trump in that first one, we saw that sort of laid back, relatively speaking style. He let Joe Biden, fall apart. Did he maybe learn something from that and say, are we going to see a bit of a different version, or does he come back the way we've known before? And Harris, I'm wondering this, incumbent vice president, it's not quite the same as being an incumbent president, but the last number of incumbent presidents in their first general election debate, we saw this with George W. Bush, with Barack Obama.
Since the 2012 Obama.
Not a good first debate. Is there anything to that with her tonight?
Steve Kornacki, I could sit here for an hour.
Let's do it.
Somebody who I think would be annoyed about that. Steve, thank you. And that is Anthony Scaramucci, who, of course, knows former President Trump well. He is going to be joining us in just a second, right after this break. We've got much more coverage of tonight's debate coming up right after this. Now you've got Democrats. What is that for the coalition she's looking to build? The question is, how exactly is she going to do that? But her team is bringing in some former officials under Donald Trump's administration to the debate tonight, including Anthony Scaramucci, the White House communications director for a brief period under former President Trump. Mr. Scaramucci, thanks for your time. Thanks for being with us.
Good to be here, Hal.
We've been talking, of course, we've been talking substance, we've been talking style. Let me start with the style piece of things, because as we just reported, there is a sense that perhaps the vice president may try and provoke former President Trump here to get under his skin a little bit. How does she get that right?
Well, you've got the mics muted tonight, and that was part of the Joe Biden agreement for those 2 debates. And so she's got to abide by those rules. So it may be hard to do that. My guess is she's going to be very focused on policy tonight and doing that comparison analysis. Here's my vision for the future. Here's why my policies are better for Americans. Here's how the country looks alongside of our allies as we go forward in the world. I think that's where she's going to go with this. Will she get under her skin? I predict that she will, because she's a very strong, very powerful woman. And we know that's been a big bother for Mr. Trump in the past.
You are here. I know that former Donald Trump press secretary Stephanie Grisham is in Philadelphia, also spinning on behalf of the Harris campaign. You've got the Cheneys coming out, Liz Cheney saying that both she and her father will be voting, of course, for Vice President Harris. This idea of Republicans who maybe are considered in the never Trump camp, or at least not Trump now camp, are coming out to back Harris. How critical is that for the coalition she's looking to build? And what else does that campaign need to do to put out an olive branch to others like you who may not be doing a bunch of cable and streaming TV?
So it's a good question, and I don't want to overstate my or anybody's importance, but I do think it holds very well for the vice president. So when people say, does it concern you that there are 40 people that once worked for Donald Trump that were in the administration, assistants to the president, working alongside him in the West Wing, that don't trust him and don't want him anywhere near the presidency? When you hear somebody like Vice President Pence on the ballot with him twice say, hey, he puts himself above the Constitution, I think that polls very well. And I think what Vice President Harris is looking to do, and she's had success thus far, is to build this very broad base coalition. So imagine Bernie Sanders, myself, and Dick Cheney voting for the same presidential candidate in 2024.
You, Bernie Sanders, and Dick Cheney walk into a bar. I mean, that's a setup to an unexpected punchline, if you've ever heard one. The other piece of this, of course, is the way that, interestingly, Democrats are now looking to make age an issue. You and I flash back to maybe 3 months ago, right, when it was President Biden there getting ready for his debate against former President Trump, with the majority of voters indicating that they had real concerns about his fitness for office there, in part because of his age. Now you've got Democrats looking to turn that issue onto Donald Trump, who, of course, in his late 70s. You've got the Harris camp, Harris herself talking about the quote unquote tired old playbook, et cetera. Talk through that dynamic here and how she effectively makes the case in the face of somebody who may turn to her and say, well, wait a second, you supported President Biden right up till the end.
Well, listen, I mean, it's politics. This is a hard knuckle process. She's playing hardball. She knows that it bothers him. And so one of the things about getting under his skin, she knows he's self-conscious about being old. She knows that he flubs it a lot on the teleprompters and things like that. And he gets confused as to where he is. I think he was in Pennsylvania. The other night said he was in North Carolina. And so she wants to hammer that home to people.
Come on, let's not be disingenuous here. If she's probably forgetting where she is half the time. If you're stopping at 5 different cities in a matter of a day, it's kind of expected. I mean, it can be forgiven that you don't know where you are when just an hour and a half ago you were in an entirely different city and state. I mean, come on.
And listen, all is fair in love.
I mean, let's not. You guys are sitting here trying to pretend and act like he's got the same kind of fucking mental and dementia issues that fucking Sleepy Joe did. They aren't even comparable, for one, as far as cognitive ability. So just stop. I'm so sick of the disingenuousness of everything.
And politics. And so I don't mind her taking that position. And I think that's one of the ways she can unnerve them.
We talk about some of the substantive issues that will come up. You know, it's going to be the economy that will be front and center as one of the issues here, because so many Americans say it is what is driving them to the polls this election.
Yeah, like how are they literally going to get away from what the economy is? You can sit and say you're going to do whatever you want, you ever plan on doing, but why haven't you already started it? You know, why has the economy gotten this bad? Why aren't you guys putting policy into effect right now? Why do we have to wait for you to get elected as president to do what you said you were going to do to begin with? I mean, come on. And then to top it all off, you want to blame all this shit on Trump? I mean, we're going into you know, the end of the 4th year of the Biden term, the Biden administration. And yet you guys are still blaming everything on Trump. Still saying that it's his fault. Every time something goes wrong, it's Trump's fault. It was the Trump administration. This is insane. This is crazy.
Season. You recently said on a podcast with Don Lemon, and I'm quoting you here, nobody is fiscally responsible anymore. There's this new Marist poll.
I agree with that. Nobody is.
Voters think that it's former President Trump who is better equipped
to
handle the economy. We're seeing the numbers here on screen. How does the vice president turn that around?
I would like to see a year where where Congress doesn't have to raise the fucking debt ceiling just to fucking do their job. That's what I would like to see. I would like to see a balanced fucking budget for once. Let's start cutting shit out that don't matter. Like a lot of this fucking foreign spending. Why are we giving all these other countries and other nations millions and billions of fucking tax dollars that we don't even have to give ourselves? Come on now.
Well, I think she's got to get her narrative out there. I think she has a very good record to run on. Inflation is coming down. Wage growth is up over the last 3 years. Remember, we're on.
Be out. I really don't care.
As a result of their legislative agenda.
You probably are voting for fucking Kamala because somebody told you that you're a.
And
I mean, let's keep it real, Norm. You're voting for Kamala because somebody told you that you're an evil white fucking supremacist and that you're the fucking benefactor of, you know, decades upon centuries of fucking systemic racism and this, that, and the third. Now you feel fucking guilty and sorry for yourself because you're a fucking white man, because you're being told that you're not allowed to be proud of who you are. And now you're going to go out and fucking vote for some fucking dumb bitch who, when she got elected to begin with into Congress, wasn't even black for some reason. She was the first Indian woman to ever be put in as presidents, and then to top it off, now all of a sudden she wants to be black and all this other shit. I mean, are you fucking for real, dude? Fucking for real. You know, neither of the candidates, if you want my opinion, are the greatest fucking choices. I mean, we literally got the choice between, you know, a fucking who knows what she is woman who can't make her fucking mind up on what the fuck she is and what she wants to be or who she wants to be. She isn't honest about what she did when she was fucking secretary or what was it? The fucking attorney general of fucking California. She can't even be. She doesn't even know what decade she went to college, for crying out loud. I mean, even if you want to fucking argue on a platform of lies, let's sit and pretend like all these motherfuckers aren't sitting here lying to us. And I'm not a bigot. You're a fucking bigot. Stop letting people tell you that you're a fucking racist, sir. Stop letting people tell you that you're racist and that you have white privilege. Because everybody in America is fucking privileged. Let's keep it a buck. Everybody in America is privileged. If we weren't privileged and if America was so fucking bad, people wouldn't be fucking rushing at the gate to get here illegally. I don't see anybody that claims that America sucks so bad. I don't see them in a hurry to leave. Jesus fucking Christ. Deuces, motherfucker. Deuces. I don't care what you think. Actually, I do, because you know what? It's people like you that are voting for this bitch just because she's a woman, and because she's now all of a sudden black. I'm tired of seeing my fucking country being destroyed because people want to vote in a bunch of firsts.
At least she's rebuilding bridges, roads, and tunnels, which is reducing the cost of transit activity in the United States, which is great for the economy and great for businesses. I think one thing we have to point out about spending, we went from George Washington to George W. Bush and had a $7 trillion deficit. In 4 years, Donald Trump created a $7.8 trillion deficit. He's calling for a reduction in tax and Social Security, which is an additional $4.6 trillion over 10 years, Hallie. So he's a very, very dangerous guy with dangerous policies. Of course, he wants to put tariffs, and tariffs are very regressive on poor people.
Not to get into the economic weeds here, and I know I got to let you go, but you talk about deficits. Do you believe that Republicans care about deficits? Because if you look at votes in Congress under former President Trump, I think that's a fair question to ask.
Years ago they did. Today they don't. I think it's dangerous. I think the United States is way more prosperous than people give it credit for. But there will come a time, if we don't deal with it, it will lead to a crisis.
Anthony Scaramucci live for us there in Philly. Thank you so much for joining us. Good to see you.
Hey, good to be here. Thank you.
Coming up after a break, we're going to take you right back to Philly.
I don't get this. Trump is a dangerous man. I mean, Trump, when Trump was in office, we had a good economy. People were making money. Business was booming. All the way up until fucking COVID happened. Now, was COVID something else other than COVID? I don't know. I'm not going to get into the conspiratorial shit tonight. But you can't blame Trump for something that would have, in essence, had the same result regardless of who was fucking in office. Because you know what? The only thing that changed about the whole situation was the two people leading the country. All the same other motherfuckers are still sitting in the same positions or shuffled around into different positions around the same area. Everybody's still, the same people are still pulling the fucking strings, man. You think anybody, you think other nation, you think Putin or Kim Jong-un or fucking, what's his name? Xi Jinping. Do you think the Saudi prince or any of these motherfuckers actually are going to respect America with a fucking bumbling communist at the helm? Right. How did he do nothing dangerous in 4 years and 8 years later he's dangerous again? Make that fucking make sense. Make that make sense. I mean, look, do I worry about what he could? I worry about what any of these motherfuckers can do to keep it a buck with you. We all should be worried about what these people are deciding to do because it's our fates that they're fucking trying to decide. You know, the older I get, the more stressful this shit starts becoming.
Like talking to a couple of folks who know the candidates about what they've got to do to win over those undecided voters and how the gender gap may factor into all of this. What a gorgeous skyline right there. Could look at that all day.
In 4 years. They've also never.
Wait a second. She hasn't done a debate at this level as a presidential nominee.
True.
one of the surrogates there who's in for the Trump campaign. He said the onus is on Vice President Harris tonight. There is a sense, I think, in the expectation-setting game that everybody plays before debates like these, that it is somewhat asymmetrical, that perhaps the expectations for Harris are higher than the expectations for Donald Trump. I wonder how you see it.
They're all playing this expectations game, right? You hear it from both sides. Look, she is a better debater, I think, historically. So there is that. And she has prepped more. There's no question about that. But he's also just prepped differently. So I think that the expectations game stuff is just normal course of business. It doesn't really matter until the debate actually starts. What is different, though, is she hasn't done a debate at this level in 4 years. They've also never...
Wait a second. She hasn't done a debate at this level as a presidential nominee ever, right?
Or in a debate close to this level, I guess, even in 4 years. They also have never met, as you've talked about before. And that blows my mind. I don't know if it blows your mind, but there is something about the dynamics and the chemistry or lack of chemistry that's an interesting component. So I'm wondering how that will impact her too. Hey, expectations game setting, it's part of the game. We've both done it. It doesn't matter when the debate starts.
Does it blow your mind? I mean, really, I think there's a question of like that first moment. Do they come on stage and shake hands? Like all of these kinds of questions around this.
I think she should try to shake his hand. Do you think he should try to shake her hand?
Why not? I mean, if they haven't met, you're going up against somebody to have a conversation, talking about your policies for the American people. Why not introduce yourself to one another? In fact, you just point out, it blows my mind too.
I was going to ask, does it also blow your mind?
It blows my mind. This entire time in D.C., they've never met. I mean, she's been doing this for what, 25 years at this point. He was president of the United States. She was a senator.
That should show you how important she really is.
So
that should be a very
which she wasn't a part of for a range of reasons.
25 years, and the man's never fucking met her. Never met her. And he was president. That should show you what she's really accomplished since being on the Hill. Absolutely nothing. I mean, Jesus Christ, Donald Trump's one of the top benefactors or donors for the Democrat Party before he became a Republican. He donated all these motherfuckers. He makes you wonder. Things that make you go, huh?
That's also true.
We talk about this moment to introduce people. I'm sort of fascinated by this statistic of how many people watched the debate in June versus how many people watched the RNC and DNC, right? Because we talk about those conventions being these high-profile primetime moments.
The RNC and DNC both were a flop.
Tens of millions watched the debate in June. 70+ million watched the debate in 2020. 80+ million watched the debate in 2016, right? These are monster numbers. It's not the Super Bowl, but it's in politics about as close as you're going to get. 3 in 10 voters say that they will have this is going to play a good part of their decision-making process when it comes to tonight of how they roll. And 1 in 10, only 1 in 10, say they need to know more about former President Trump. He's kind of baked in the minds of voters. How does he get past that tonight? How does he try to, if he wants to redefine himself or try to define her?
I don't know that he wants to redefine himself. I think what he needs to do is make sure he relies on his record and talks about the record-setting success the American people felt. I think he needs to do a good job of kind of defining her before she can define herself. I think he needs to stay on message. I mean, those are 3 things that if he does those, I think he'll come out at the very least on par with her, if not a clear victory for him on the debate stage.
There's also the gender dynamic, Jen. There's a big gender gap in this race. It's anywhere from about 13 to 14 points, depending on which poll you're looking at. And you look back at the last time that he debated a woman who was seeking to win the White House. And I think people remember that moment when he loomed over former Secretary Clinton.
Leered, yes.
She talked about it in her memoir, that she was extremely uncomfortable, obviously, with that moment and debated whether to tell him to step back, et cetera. That's not going to happen tonight. Both of the candidates have to stay at their microphones. The microphones will be muted. How did the rules of tonight play into what we expect to see on stage?
Well, the microphones being cut off is a big deal. There's a good reason why the Harris campaign wanted them to be left on, because if you look back at that moment from 2020 where Trump kind of lost his mind a little bit, it was because he kept talking. And ultimately, if you're the Harris team, you would love to see that happen. There's not an opportunity for that. It's 2 minutes, right, for your answer, 2 minutes for rebuttal, and I think 1 minute.
2-2-1. That's
2-2-1, which means it's less likely people in the room may hear, which there's only the moderators in the room, but you don't know what he's going to say under his breath. People won't hear that. That could have been a moment. That would have been a moment we would have been talking about a couple days from now. It's a lot more controlled, which I think is better for him, not as good for her.
I'm hearing in my ear that we now have brand new sound, I think, Jill, right, from President Biden in just the last couple of minutes here talking about tonight. And I believe he said he's been in touch with Vice President Harris just today. Let me turn that around and play it for folks here, just coming into us. We're going to listen to it together.
I spoke to the vice president. She seems calm, cool, and collected. I think she's going to do great, and I'm not going to tell you what advice I gave.
Okay, so he gave her some advice, he says. He's not going to tell us what it is, but that she's feeling calm, cool, and collected. Is there any risk that with all the preparation, Jen, she is maybe, in the words of one source talking to our team, overcooked or over-prepped?
I mean, yeah, the key with prep is you can't let it tie you down, right? You prep so that you can be agile in the moment. Yeah. That's true in anything. When you're interviewing
I was just
people,
thinking my first time on Meet the Press. I was doing all this prep, and I had a colleague say to me, chill.
Just calm down, be in the moment and see what they ask you. And so that's the risk. And we saw a version of that. There were other issues, of course, with that first debate. But one of the issues was that President Biden was trying to spit out all of the numbers and data that he knew. First of all, voters don't vote on numbers and data. They vote on how you connect with them, whether they think you're fighting for them when they're sitting at home. She has to remember it's about pulling heartstrings. It's not about listing data.
You know what else? Voters vote on hope. With new numbers out today showing that that is the message that they want to see from candidates. How does a candidate like former President Trump, whose campaign has had dark and ominous overtones, try to deliver that message?
Well, first of all, I think a lot of people who follow Donald Trump and want him to be president are hopeful that they could go back to being able to afford gas and groceries, for example, that a southern border would be secure. There wouldn't be wars breaking out all over the world. That's the hope he needs to be talking about because his policies are clear. Ironically, this entire debate will be Donald Trump trying to remind people of his record and Kamala Harris trying to make people forget about hers because the way people feel right now are because of Kamala Harris. So it's a really interesting dynamic to watch them because, again, he was president of the United States. He has a record to run on. And this whole hope and vibes thing, I get a lot of people like that. That's fine. Tried to pay for my groceries with hope the other day. Didn't work. Then I tried to pay with violence.
Yeah, the actual debate starts in an hour and 20 minutes. So at 9 o'clock, which means,
So strange because I just tried
well,
to Venmo you some
that's
guys
when
the other day, and
that's when it's scheduled to start anyhow, is at 9 o'clock. So it'll probably won't start until probably 15, 20 minutes afterwards. Actually, I found some other shit I'm going to share while we're watch this. I don't know if you've heard about apparently there have been claims of Haitian immigrants in Ohio eating people's pets since they just dropped off, what was it, like 20,000 immigrants in and around Springfield yesterday.
Seen posts on social media claiming immigrants living in Ohio are killing wild ducks and eating household pets.
U.S. Senator from Texas, Ted Cruz, is one of the lawmakers that's been reposting memes related to those claims. Those claims have been proven to be false. Ariane Daytil with our National Verify team gets to the bottom of how they all started.
The town of Springfield, Ohio, has recently been at the center of the immigration debate, with high-profile politicians claiming Haitian immigrants have caused disruptions in the city. A press release from Donald Trump's campaign claims migrants have reportedly been caught decapitating ducks and hunting geese and other livestock in public parks, and even kidnapping residents' pets, then eating them. Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance said on X that Haitian illegal immigrants are causing chaos all over Springfield, Ohio. Verify viewers James, John, and Linda reached out to ask whether this is actually happening. So we reached out to these sources to get an answer. Karen Graves, a spokesperson with the city of Springfield, told Verify these claims are just rumors, and there have been no credible reports or specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community. The Springfield Police Division told the Springfield News-Sun it hasn't received reports of pets being stolen and eaten. And Leanne Castillo, the executive director for the Clark County Park District, where Springfield is located, told Verify there has been no evidence or reports of this happening. Castillo said the park's office has been receiving inquiries about the claim, but they do not have any knowledge of this taking place. So we can verify there is no evidence to support these viral claims. So where did this claim come
I don't really know if you did enough research and went out and talked to enough people to really verify that claim. You talked to two people.
come from? The claim picked up traction during an August 27th City of Springfield Commission meeting, when a man who describes himself as a social media influencer brought up the claim during public comments without evidence. With your Verify, I'm Ariane Daytil.
We reached out to Senator Cruz's office.
Thanks for joining us at 5:30. I'm Jared Smalley.
And I'm Jennifer Bullock. Today, Ohio Governor Mike DeWine addressed the surge of Haitian immigrants in an Ohio community after claims made by residents grabbed some national headlines.
NBC4 State House reporter Natalie Fahmy joins us now live to tell us what the governor had to say. Natalie?
Jared, Jennifer, Governor Mike DeWine is sending more money and resources to Springfield, but says this work was going on long before any claims were made. In the past few days, residents of Springfield have made the claim that Haitian migrants are killing and eating their pets. The claims have been elevated and backed up by prominent Ohio elected officials like Senator and Vice Presidential candidate J.D. Vance. But DeWine says that is not what today was about. He says the Haitian population makes up much of Springfield's population, and that means there are concerns about things like safety on the roads and access to health care, which is why DeWine is committing millions of dollars to Springfield to help alleviate some of these issues. DeWine says the Haitians in Springfield are hardworking people and that authorities in Springfield have made it clear that the recent claims are false. I asked him if he was worried they are being weaponized ahead of the 2024 elections. Here's what he and the mayor of Springfield had to say.
My job as the governor of the state is to do what I always try to do.
Mike DeWine's job as the governor of the state of Ohio is to try and steal and embezzle as many of their tax dollars as humanly possible, and to basically, screw up Ohio to the best of my ability. And so far, I've been doing a damn good job of it. That's why people are leaving.
To come before the people of the state and to
oh shit,
explain what we are seeing. We have been working on this for some time. It just seemed to me it was appropriate for the governor to come here today and to tell the people of the state of Ohio, this is what we are seeing. This is what we're doing. This is the problem we see with the federal government. This is what the community is doing, and they're doing a lot of good things. And so as we discuss this, we have to say the community has done a very, very good job dealing with a very difficult situation that was not of their making.
How is it not of their making? Are these not the people that voted for what's obviously Springfield to be a sanctuary city? So you guys created this fucking problem. You literally created this problem when you said, yeah, we'll be a sanctuary city because Trump is a fucking misogynist and a xenophobe and a fucking racist and a bigot. Because he believes that we should have a secure border and that people should be coming here the right way, not the wrong way. You know, let's keep this shit a buck. Let's not sit and pretend. Damn, what the fuck did I just do here? Hold on. Trying to get this shit figured out. I hit fucking pull the tab out. There we go.
Unfortunately, it seems like we tell the truth, we research it, we tell the truth, and then folks call it a lie, and they post something and call it truth. And it's very difficult for us to see that when we're giving researched information that's truth back to folks.
DeWine says this will not be the end of the work.
Smarty pants, there's probably more truth to what you're saying than what you realize, what any of us realize. I think that there should be limitations on that. They absolutely shouldn't be able to, invest in the stock market. We know every fucking one of them are involved in insider trading. Every fucking one of them. You're never going to convince me otherwise.
To support Springfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to Chair Powell for being here. I appreciate you coming by our office last week to discuss some of these issues. I want to ask something I imagine most of my colleagues are not asking, which is the relationship between immigration, particularly extremely high illegal immigration levels under the Biden administration, and the persistence of the inflation problem. And I recognize this is not your policy focus, but you are the Federal Reserve Chairman, so I just want to get your views on this. And in particular, I want to read you a quote from Mickey Bowman, who's one of your governors. And this says, in a quote, there's a risk that increased immigration and continued labor market tightness could lead to persistently high core services inflation. Given the current low inventory of affordable housing, the inflow of new immigrants in some geographic areas could result in upward pressure on rents as additional housing supply may take time to materialize. With labor markets remaining tight, wage growth has been elevated at around or above 4%, still higher than the pace consistent with our 2% inflation goal, given trend productivity growth. The Bank of England, I believe, produced a recent report on this issue in the United Kingdom, obviously a different economy in a different country. But what do you see as the relationship, in particular, given that housing is such a big driver of the inflation that we've seen over the last few years? As Senator Haggerty said, the highest in 40 years. What role do you see illegal immigration playing in driving up housing costs, which, of course, is a main driver of inflation for American citizens?
Let me quickly start by echoing your first comment, which is we don't comment on immigration policy, but we do comment on inflation. So I would say this. Many people came into the country over the last couple of years, many of them through asylum requests, and went to work. Labor supply increased a great deal. It's not, there's no clear answer, but my sense is that in the long run, immigration is kind of neutral on inflation. In the short run, it may actually have helped because the labor market got looser because there were more people. But to you're talking about housing specifically. There will be, I'm sure there are places in the country where new people coming into the country, I'm sure you can find places and they exist where that will have contributed to an already tight housing market. But overall, in terms of the aggregate inflation, I wouldn't say it's a driver one way or the other.
So I want to follow up on that thread, but just on that topic of particular areas that have been affected. Chairman Brown, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit a letter for the record from the city of Springfield in our state, the southwestern part of our state, which I think highlights a very real example of this particular concern, straight from the horse's mouth itself. Now, this letter, I want to quote from it. Springfield has seen a surge in population through immigration that has significantly impacted our ability as a community to produce enough housing opportunities for all. Springfield's Haitian population has increased 15 to 20,000 over the last 4 years in a community of under 60,000 previous residents, putting a significant strain on our resources and ability to provide ample housing for all of our residents. And end quote there. And Mike,
no objection. So
thank you. In my conversations with folks in Springfield, it's not just housing. They're trying to build 5,000 new housing units, which is a very Herculean task in a town of about 55,000 people, but it's also hospital services, it's school services, there are a whole host of ways in which this immigration problem, I think, is having very real human consequences. But I want to go back to just one other question, Chair Powell, on this immigration and labor supply question. So one of the euphemistic ways in which economists, I think, sometimes talk about labor supply and immigration is they'll say something to the effect of, well, an increase in labor supply has put downward pressure on labor prices. And what they're effectively saying is that increased immigration has put downward pressure on the wages of American workers. I wonder, when you hear sort of your colleagues and other economists outside of the Fed talk about the influx of immigration and the fact that it, I think, admittedly has put downward pressure on wages. Okay, so obviously that has put some downward pressure on inflation, but it also puts downward pressure on the wages that people earn to pay for their families. Why do we see that as a good thing? Or maybe that's wrong. Maybe the premise is fundamentally incorrect, but why do so many economists treat an influx of new labor as a good thing? If labor is constrained, labor supply is constrained, doesn't that lead to rising wages for American workers?
So I'm certainly not trying to put a value judgment on it. I will say that this is all happening over the last couple of years in a context of an extremely tight labor market, now a little bit less tight, significantly less tight, but you've got a worker shortage. You've got businesses who have jobs that are open. You have, more than one job opening for every unemployed person. So you've got a very tight labor market, and it's addressing that. And we're having wage increases are still very high, but they're coming down to a more sustainable level.
Fair. And Mr. Chair, I know I'm over time. Could I just one more question on this? Thank you. I understand your point, Chair Powell. And again, I'm not ascribing value judgments to you, but if we say we have a really tight labor market and we say that there are more than one job openings per worker, there are two ways you could plausibly solve that, probably more than that, but two obvious ways you could plausibly solve that. One is through a new influx of workers via the immigration system. Another way is by raising wages and bringing some of the workers that are on the sidelines. I think specifically of the 7 million prime age men that have dropped out of the labor force. Like, why isn't that more the focus of policymakers rather than, you see a labor shortage, rather than bringing in a large number of new immigrants, why not try to boost wages in a way that brings some of those workers off the sidelines? That seems to be a much better focus from my perspective.
Certainly, that's a very constructive focus. I would agree. It's not, I don't think it has to be one or the other.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So tell us about being Haitian and living in Springfield.
Well, obviously, there's been a spike in the Haitian population in Springfield since I'd say like 2020 to right now, 2024. But I've been seeing a lot of people talking about just saying a lot of stuff that's not accurate, saying like, oh, Haitians cutting ducks' necks and eating them at the park, and like they running into trash cans and homes and stuff. I ain't never seen a Haitian do that before. I gotta keep it real, because I'm a Haitian myself. I'm here in the community myself, and I'm always out here, and a lot of things people be saying about the Haitians is just not true. And the thing is, to be honest, you only see the people that's not profiting or benefiting complaining. For example, like you don't see the business owners are not complaining because they're making more money. More people here, more money they're making. Homeowners that's renting out the houses are not complaining. The jobs that's hiring the Haitians legally are not complaining. It's just the people that's not benefiting are always complaining, and I just don't like that. And obviously, a lot of them, majority, some of them, they just can't drive that good. They just need more training, more practice. I'm going to keep.
I don't know what this dude talking about. I really don't. I have no clue what he talking about. Share screen. Let's see what they're saying over on the Benny Show.
Very secure thing to do. She's going to be using the prosecutor against the felon paradigm tonight from her miniature podium. Do you think that's going to work? You, of course, were the chief law enforcement official in America.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to work, because most Americans know that the lawfare that's been waged against Donald Trump by prosecutors in New York and Washington, D.C. and else in Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia, has been completely, the cases either dismissed or they've been, very flawed with novel legal theories. But, I think what's going to happen tonight is everyone, the expectations couldn't be higher for Kamala Harris. She is, nobody knows what she stands for. She's going to have to explain her current positions and how those relate to her old positions when she was in 2019 trying to run for president. And at the same time, everybody knows Donald Trump. Everybody knows what he's about. Everybody knows his policies. Everybody knows what he stands for. And at the end of the day, I think as long as we're on the issues, for example, like inflation, crime, the border, national security, those are all winning issues for Donald Trump. And it's what American people care about. So I hope we, the wild card for me, Benny, and what I'm watching tonight is the moderators. The CNN moderators did a pretty good job, which is surprising. Jake Tapper and Dana Bash, that was surprised how down the middle of the fairway they played it. And so we'll see if Mr. Muir, if that's how you say his name, I don't watch ABC News, so, but we'll see if the moderators tonight can resist the temptation to insert themselves into the discussion and try to win the debate for Kamala Harris.
I know you're very close with the president. I know the president trusts you very much. And I'm sure that you've had his ear throughout this preparation process. If you were to cross-examine Kamala Harris and ask her a question, what would it be?
I think it's very simple. It is you've just told the American people what you currently believe. Are you sure, or have you changed your mind? And just kind of give her every opportunity. You say you're for fracking, but you were against fracking. What informs your decision? Bernie Sanders said that you changed your mind on these important positions to win an election. And you said your values haven't changed. What does that mean? I think there's a series of discussion points here that would really highlight just that, she's a massive flip-flopper. Really, we haven't seen a flip-flop like she's doing since, Kerry, who voted for the war before he voted against it. I mean, it's that kind of massive flip-flopping.
So President Trump tonight, cool, calm, collected.
Yeah, the old gunfighter. I think he just has to be
I love that.
on message and on policies and just contrast it. I mean, again, everyone knows that the Biden-Harris administration and their policies has failed. Whether it's the Inflation Reduction Act, which did nothing but increase inflation, whether it is the failures at the border, whether it is the feeling generally of being unsafe in your own home, in your own communities, all of these issues, and and a world on fire. Let's not forget that she's the one that went to Russia, to convince Vladimir Putin to not invade Ukraine, and before she landed back in the United States, he was on the border invading Ukraine. So it is purely strength versus weakness. Donald Trump representing strength. We've seen it before, and we know he'll do it again. And Kamala Harris just representing the same old failed policies that the Democrats have tried to implement 12 of the last 16 years that are not working for Americans, including my fellow Iowans.
I agree.
Welcome to the News Hour. It's an historic night that could shape the course of the presidential election, now just 55 days away. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are set to face off in Philadelphia in their first and potentially final debate.
The last presidential debate in June between Trump and President Biden changed the course of the race. So tonight is highly anticipated. A new PBS
Damn it, clicked the wrong button and kicked myself out. Sorry.
A new PBS News NPR Marist poll shows that 70% of Americans say they will be tuning in tonight, while another quarter plan on following at least some coverage.
And while a majority of Americans say they don't believe the debate will impact their vote, nearly a third say the matchup could influence their pick for the top of the ticket. We've got a full table here in the studio for analysis of what's at stake. The gang is all here. With us all night, Amy Walter of the Cook Political Report with Amy Walter, Democratic strategist Amisha Cross, and Republican strategist Kevin Madden with us. Welcome to the three of you. So, Amy, I know you're particularly interested in who is paying attention to this debate tonight. This poll that nearly a third of voters say that this could be a
What's up,
definitive
Red?
for them as they make a decision about who they're going to vote for.
56 minutes till the debate starts.
Normally, we think of debates as not having that, especially a fall debate, that much influence on the course of the campaign because voters up until this time have seen a lot of these candidates. They watch them through the primaries. They've seen them go back and forth. That's not the case now, of course. Harris, the vice president, is pretty new to a lot of people, especially to folks who are younger or voters of color. So when the Marist poll asked, will this debate affect your vote for president? A little over half of Black voters, 45% of Latino voters, and 44% of the youngest voters, those Gen Z and millennials, say that it will. It's also important to note that these are the voters that right now Harris has had some trouble reconstituting into the Democratic sort of constituency that Biden had in 2020.
And Amisha, for Kamala Harris, the challenge tonight is to address those voters who say they don't know enough about her, they don't know enough about her policies, they're skeptical as to whether or not she can be an agent for change. How does she make the best use of her time on the debate stage tonight?
I think that she has to create that contrast. She has, and not just with former President Trump, but also with the policies that came out of the Biden administration that some younger voters and voters of color in particular were not exactly excited about. So she's got to move forward in things like economic development, talking about job creation and jobs that provide more than a living wage, talk about housing affordability, talk about small business and small business growth, particularly because for Black women, that is where their funds are coming from. It is not necessarily jobs in the job market as much as it is they're creating their own. So when she's talking about those economic policies, that is part of the agenda. The other thing is she's got to talk about things like Project 2025 and how detrimental that is to various demographics. But most importantly, also bringing in those younger voters, because before they were part of that double hater group, they didn't want to see either candidate. They thought they were too old. At this point, they're still tying her, some of them, to the Biden administration in ways that aren't necessarily the most helpful. She's got to show a progressive vision for the future for them as well.
Oh shit. What's up, Cyber?
What's up, bro?
Not much, man. I know that I'm getting tired of listening to these liberals and pundits tell blatant lies about shit. It's rather annoying, to say the least. You know, everybody that's been paying attention to anything knows that Project 2025 has nothing to do with Trump. I don't know why they keep pushing that.
I do.
Because people are dumb enough to believe it?
No. I think a lot of it has to do with promise number 2 found on pages 6 through 9.
6 through 9 of what?
Of Project 2025.
Oh, yeah?
Have you looked at
Let's
it?
pull it up. Let's pull it up. 2025. Let's see. Project 2025 Presidential Transition Project. Is that what you're talking about?
No. It's in the forward.
In the forward?
Yeah.
What's the forward? What are you talking about? It's in the forward. I ain't writing a book, so I don't have a forward.
Let's see if I can find this.
Well, oh, that's the project. Oh, that's the actual website for it. Overlooked screaming child. It's that time of night.
Yeah.
Project. Good Lord, child, quit screaming. Come on. Where's your mother? Dude, it says right here, Project 2025 is canceled. Unless it's a different Project 2025. Mikey, will you shut my door? I can't actually find the actual PDF for it. Oh, Project 2025 full text PDF.
You got it?
Project.
So I got it right.
Well, if you got it, man, pull it up. Because I'm still trying to find it. I figured it would take me right to the PDF, but it doesn't. It's still more searching around for shit.
Yeah, it took me a minute to search to like the full thing, and
okay, good night.
Once I did, I saved it on my history. Scrolling.
Oh shit! I forgot you got controls up here. I was like, how the fuck do you do that?
Yeah, here's the forward.
Okay. Let's make that all big.
So,
we'll make that
promise
big.
number 1.
Restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children.
See, they're not going to like that. When Trump gets up there tonight, one of the first things he should ask her is, where are the kids? Where are the 320,000 kids that are unaccounted for and missing? But check this out right here.
Dismantle the administrative state and return self-governance to the American people. Dude, that's the shit that got Kennedy shot.
Uh-huh. And they keep trying to pin it on Trump.
You haven't
And
seen notifications in forever. Yeah, we ain't seen you in forever, Miss Swan.
And they keep trying to say that this thing here is trying to empower the executive branch of government.
Wow.
What does it say right there? Dismantle the administrative state. Okay, what does that code word administrative state refer to?
Well, let's actually read into it. It's because it says, of course, the surest way to put the federal government back to work for the American people is to reduce its size and scope back to something resembling the original constitutional intent. Conservatives desire a smaller government, not for its own sake, but for the sake of human flourishing. But the Washington establishment doesn't want a constitutionally limited government because it means they lose power and are held more accountable by the people who put them in power. Yeah, that does not sound anything like Kamala Harris is trying to pass off.
No, it's not. It's
like
not.
restoring popular sovereignty. That dude, most of this, I don't think there's a single state in the union that could say that they have state sovereignty from the federal government. They're all fucking beholden because of federal subsidies and federal fucking handouts and bailouts and shit like that. It says, in the case of making the federal government smaller, more effective, and accountable, the simple answer is the Constitution itself. The surest proof of this is how strenuously and creatively generations of progressives and many Republican insiders have worked to cut themselves free from the strictures of the 1789 Constitution and the subsequent amendments. Consider the federal budget under the current law. Congress is required to pass a budget and 12 issue specific spending bills, comporting with it every single year. The last time Congress did so was in 1996. Congress no longer meaningfully budgets authorities or categorizes spending. And look, dude, if you recall, the last time there it wasn't that long ago, I went over and remember I looked to see when the last time we had a fucking a Congress that didn't raise the fucking debt ceiling, and there hasn't been one for fucking 40 years.
Yep. You know what else has been around for 40 years?
Communism.
The Chevron deference.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's what gave the ATF and the FBI and the CIA and BLM and Homeland Security and all these other fucking alphabet agencies the ability to make laws without an act of Congress.
Yep. And the language that they use to describe what they do disguises what they're really doing. They say that it gives the administrative state, which is administrations and three-letter agencies under the executive branch, it gives them the ability to interpret laws. They don't come right out and say. It gives them the authority to rewrite laws.
Right.
But effectively, that's what it does. That's not what it's stated to do. But
yeah, they were basically taking very broad-reaching laws that Congress passed and basically making new laws off of those laws.
Right. Like the Clean Air Act. Well, what is clean air? Well, let's defer to the administrative state. Okay, and the administrative state defers to who? The experts of their administrations that they appoint, that they hire, and the people can't vote them out every 4 years like they do with the president. The people can't vote them out every 2 years like they do with the senators.
Can we really vote senators out, though? Do you really honestly believe that Nancy Pelosi was winning election after election with the fucking district she represents looking the way it does?
Of course.
You really do?
Mm-hmm. They win them on paper after quote unquote fortifying those elections. See,
How do you fortify an election? How do you fortify an election? Let's dig into that.
Well, you create a public image that these are who the public wants, and then you do whatever the fuck you want. And
that's not what the public wants, though.
Well, who's to know? They've created the image that that's what the public does want.
How is that image created? Through media?
Yes.
Social media?
As well.
These big movie stars and music stars?
Super delegates, yep.
Your NBA basketball players and fucking football players, shit like that. Is that how they create this image?
Yep.
And they're supposed to be the ones speaking for the masses?
Yep.
Because they represent the masses?
Yeah, they're
and the masses are so fucking beholden to and dumbed down and asleep that they actually believe this shit.
They are what James Lindsay referred to as the Gnostic elect. They're the ones who know what it's really like, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're the ones that represent these different classes. The feminists know what it means to be a woman. They know the struggle, so anybody that's under the banner of feminism, which hides itself behind the masses of women, are now able to speak for all women. And women who want to be where they should be are shut down, silenced. And anytime they're with men who support the idea that women have a certain place that they should maintain, which is not above men, they get called tokens or something.
Ooh, I like tokens. Tokens are fun.
They do the same thing with black people. Some people have different words for them, like Chenard uses tap dancer. Well, these people are standing in their own right, speaking in their own interests, but if it doesn't match up with the popular opinion of what that class is supposed to be, then their opinion doesn't matter. They got it all wrong. I almost said Larry King. Larry Elder is the blackface of white supremacy. Because
that was only allowed to slide because a black man said it.
You're supposed to adhere to the standards that have been created for your class.
Ooh.
Even though they're not actually coming from that class of people en masse.
What do you think about the fact that you got the mainstream media, a lot of these political pundits and shit on the left and alt left sitting and already pushing that Trump isn't going to accept the results of an election? What do you think about that?
They don't accept the results of elections when they don't go their way.
Actually, you know what we ought to do? Would you be interested in sitting here maybe trying to guess what questions the moderators are going to ask before it even happens? Play a little game, see who gets the most right.
Yeah.
Because I guarantee you one of the first questions they ask Trump is he going to accept the results of the election if Kamala Harris wins? I guarantee you that's going to be one of his questions. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's going to come up for sure. I don't know how he's going to answer it, but
I don't know how he's going to answer it either, to be honest with you.
He can't just come out and say no. I would say that she's not going to win. That's the response I would give. I'd say she's not going to win. They might be able to make it look like she's going to win, but that's not going to happen because her policies are pretty much non-existent. She just copies off of me. Those are the only good policies that she has, are the ones that she's stolen from me.
That's another good one. Former President Trump, you said bad things about women. Why should women trust you?
About woman X, you said bad things about Rosie O'Donnell.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Uh-huh.
So why should women trust you?
We'll just condense it to why should women trust you? President Trump, or former President Trump, do you plan on furthering? They're going to ask him something involving the abortion thing and trying to label it an abortion ban. But I got to try and figure out how they're going to word it. The real question is what kind of softball questions are they going to ask Kamala Harris? Think about that for a second. Because she's a dumbass. Here's another game we can play. How many questions do you think Kamala will actually answer, rather than deflecting to, like Red said, harping on personal remarks that Trump made about her and call him a bully, and everyone will clap? I don't know. Did Kamala's husband fool around with the nanny? Could be.
Well, whatever questions they ask her, they ask about women's right to choose. Trump should point out that Kamala is dangling this abortion rights issue in front of these women, suggesting that it's their right to choose, because it's their body, not mentioning any kind of other body that's inside them, that almost around 99% of them chose to allow in the first place, and she's dangling this right in front of them, while at the same time taking away their ability to choose their candidate. For one, they didn't get to choose who they were going to vote for.
That is true. They were
She
told
was
who they're
installed,
voting for.
right? And
Correct.
she's really wanting to come after guns, right? So if she gets in, women aren't going to have a right to choose what kind of gun they want to protect themselves in their home or their body. So what happens when a criminal who doesn't respect any laws, murderers don't respect the laws we have against murder, and it's most facilitated by guns, because people who say that guns were invented to kill, well, that's exactly right, but they weren't created to murder. Were they?
You mean kind of like the argument me and fat ass dumb fuck Sunkist got into the other day?
That's why I bring that up.
Dude, I went back and I actually listened to them. Dude, you didn't even have to give me the timestamps. I knew right in the middle of that when it was happening in real time that she had flip-flopped and changed her fucking stance on parental involvement.
Hey man,
did you notice that? Did you notice that in real time too?
Yeah, she was flip-flopping on all kinds of stuff. But hey, if it weren't for double standards, she probably wouldn't have any at all. She's up there trying to virtue signal like she cares about people. Like, oh, don't stigmatize mental illness, when little over 2 years ago, that bitch is up there talking about how Mustache Man, she brought him up as an example for people who should have been aborted. Okay. Nobody should have been aborted. Nobody, even the worst of the worst. They should have been raised better, period.
Right.
Okay. Because if you abort the evil person, then the mother is an evil person and she should have been aborted as well. Well, that would have been committed by her grandmother. So there's another abortion and another one and another one. It doesn't end. That's not the answer.
You notice
They should have been raised better.
Well, you notice the only people that didn't understand what I was saying in that chat were morons. Complete total morons.
Yeah.
Because I was really clear about what I was saying. And she was, dude, she didn't even bring up any real evidence on anything. And she got mad because I called her out on it.
The audacity of you.
I almost said the caucasity of me. I almost did. It almost slipped out, man.
Shut your mouth, Arctic monkey.
Dude, man, I'm that fucking dumb bitch. She annoys me. And her of all people, she's got a lot of room to say anything. The one that fucking brought some fucking evil ass fucking Nazi snow queen over here to fucking infiltrate all these black panels she's on now. I mean, I think it's funny that all these black men that still let her rock up on their panels and shit, that she's the one that brought that bitch over to them.
Well, I always saw it as Mandy was the one who brought Sunkist.
It could that could be too. All I know is you and I both know she was her lap dog for a while.
Pet strag.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
But see, she was up there trying to virtue signal about how we need to coddle, basically. She didn't describe it that way, but saying that we don't need to stigmatize mental illness. Well, just calling it mental illness. You know? But we weren't talking about people who are depressed. You were talking about people who are criminally insane.
And there's a lot of people that are basically criminally insane that are being told that they have some kind of new virtue, whatever. Dude, a lot of this could go away if they fucking stop glorifying and stigmatizing and fucking care, basically fucking catering to these fucking morons' delusions.
Yeah, but she doesn't care about those people. She cares about pushing an agenda because she's been brainwashed and she's basically in a fucking cult. Right? And I have her recorded saying, if you feel like you have some kind of terrible energy in your womb, don't bring that shit here. No, kill it. Send that to the children's chop shop. I'm like, oh, there you go. She's fucking satanic and she doesn't even realize it.
I don't know. That dude, everything that she tried arguing was stupid yesterday. Absolutely stupid. She was the only one that really agreed with her. I mean, I take my kids I take my son and daughter to the range and teach them how to use weapons just so I can lock them up and make sure that they have absolutely no access to them if they need them. That makes absolute sense. Makes perfect sense.
I mean, any kids that know how to drive would be able to drive their mom to the hospital if they needed to.
And no cop would stop them.
And
well, they might stop them, but once they found out what was going on, they'd probably escort them.
And let's put that in a situation where it would be necessary. Out in the country, where it takes the ambulance an hour to get to you. Well, if you can drive one way while they're driving towards you the other, you can meet them halfway and it'll only take 30 minutes. Because the rebuttal to what I just said would obviously be, well, they can just call 911. Sure. But what if that's not enough?
What if 911 rings busy? Because it does a lot. And like Red said, my kids are never alone. She wasn't the only one that said it. There's a couple dumbasses in the fucking chat that said their kids are never alone. Bullshit. I call bullshit. You are never always around your kids. I call bullshit. But you go ahead and live that delusion. I don't believe you. If you were always around your kids, half these fucking, if all these women that say that they're always around their kids were really around their kids, half the fucking shit going on with all these badass kids wouldn't be going on.
I think she pushes these narratives for the same reason the Democrats do. She considers herself higher up, especially in the spiritual world, even though she's a fucking heathen, and wants to be a spiritual guide, a spiritual counselor, you know, for people who are spiritually ill.
She needs to see a fucking a calorie counselor.
And the physicians of the world are not for the healthy, they're for the sick, right? So if the illness continues and is allowed to be perpetrated, then there's always going to be a need for someone to provide treatment. Well, some people would rather treat the symptoms than cure the problem or tell someone how to avoid the problem altogether.
Well, that's modern Western medicine in and of itself, is to only do something to try and not even so much heal, but to make the symptoms bearable and comfortable, and not actually fix the problem.
We're talking about the Munchausen mommies of society. Many of them Munchausen mommies by proxy.
My mom tried that shit with me when I was a kid. I thought I was always sick. I thought I was fucking dying sometimes when I was a kid. Let's watch this video that Smarty Pants mentioned.
Let me tell you guys about I have a plan. An incredible plan to lower inflation. If you like me, inflation is gone. Wow.
That's funny.
It's true, I am.
Why can't you just do it now?
Walk with his head.
Next topic, the border.
If you...
How long do you think it'll take before she starts ordering her fucking underlings to paint the fucking red roses white?
Right away.
Oh, yeah.
Right away.
Right away.
If you like me...
But it's white roses red.
No, she's going to make them red roses white.
I've got a plan.
I said that
to
on
stop
purpose.
all the border crossing.
She's going to do it just as a dig into the black community, you know, because you guys accepted that I said I was black when I know I'm really not black. So I'm going to paint all these roses red or white to remind you that I'm really white.
Yeah, she's a perfect example of those elect representatives, right? She's not black, but the media is telling everybody that they have to accept her as black. Why? Because they want her to be able to speak for everybody who's black. And then once that's established, if that's established, anybody who is black that has something to say contrary to what the queen has to say,
blackness says,
you know, then you're a traitor to what, your skin color?
Does she really look, dude? Honestly, do you think she can handle wielding that much power over the black female delegacy? Think about that for a second. She's basically going to be taking the power right out from underneath Oprah.
Oh.
I mean, am I wrong? Wasn't Oprah the most powerful black woman on the planet?
Yeah. Pretty much.
So did you hear that The Rock has made a major fucking switch and has decided to endorse Trump?
Really?
Yeah. Apparently.
So
I haven't looked. I haven't looked too much into it, but I don't trust anything The Rock has to say or do. I mean, to be quite honest with you.
The Rock says.
Well, he's not the people's champ no more. You know, he hasn't been for the longest time. You know, honestly. And that shit that him and fucking Oprah tried pulling with Maui. A lot of us still haven't forgotten about that.
Especially people who didn't have a blue roof.
Yeah, especially people that still live there and don't know where their kids are. Let's finish watching this shit.
Amazing.
What a leader.
Visionary.
Why can't you start on that now?
Next question. What do you plan to do about the war in Ukraine?
Oh, I'm gonna fix the war.
I'm gonna give him more money.
The war is gonna be fixed.
Truly amazing.
You can do that?
Sent from the heavens she is.
You had 4 years to do that. Why?
We got 22 minutes until the debate starts.
Can't you do that now? Why haven't you done that? You won't do anything because you don't care about the American people. No, we cannot do everything all at once. Patience is needed.
What if
Whoa.
we tax people selling their homes at 44%?
The time for action is now.
Wow, that was a whole lot of fucking shit going on all at once. Wow. Kamala's debate fantasy.
The fact is, the president is racist.
Kamala Harris is a fat bitch.
I'm speaking.
Superpower.
And I'm a woman. Woman speaking. I am speaking.
Kamala.
I'm speaking. Huh?
Kamala, the moderators have decided that the mics will be muted like in the last debate, so no one can interrupt you. Isn't that great?
Fuck.
The border has been a complete mess under her. The number of people entering this country has been bigger than maybe any time in history. People are struggling to afford food, and she wants to give more free stuff.
Kamala's new wealth.
We're gonna tax them. Okay? 25%.
They just keep coming, man. No diddy.
That's gonna crash the entire economy.
Bro, you ain't got 100 million.
Huh? No, her plan would crash the stock market. That hurts working people. It hurts everyone.
Bro, you complaining. You ain't even got 100 million, bro. Bro, why you worried?
Well, because
Tweedledum and Tweedledee.
Yeah.
you
And Tweedledick over there on the left.
Right.
Forcing the best performing stockholders to sell off 25% of their earning shares would completely crash the market forever. And all we stand to gain is enough to pay for less than 1% of Kamala's proposed budget.
Bro.
Yeah.
I don't get it. You don't got 100 million, bro. No. You don't know you don't got 100 million, bro. You don't got 100 million.
Look at the
Bruh.
best case scenario. Best case. It raises enough to fund the government for less than 3 days. 3 days. That's what you want to risk the entire economy on. 3 days of revenue. You understand?
Wait, listen. I'm telling you, bro. You don't listen. I got 100 million.
Oh my God.
I know.
Percent of the budget. What are you not understanding? This has consequences for the entire economy.
We don't care. Just give us money. Money, reparations, money, money, welfare money.
Economists don't like this idea. Those economists got 100 million? No, they don't.
Dude, that's like arguing with some of these morons in the manosphere.
See, that's the shit that I was considering a couple nights ago when the idea of competition was mentioned.
Competition?
And yeah. On Truth's panel the other night when he was talking.
Oh yeah, when we went ape shit. Gotcha.
Yeah. See, I had no idea until a little bit afterwards that the context of our conversation had changed to the workforce. Okay.
Really?
The labor market. Right. So when it comes to competing with illegal immigrants, because that's who we were talking about.
Right.
When it comes to competing with illegal immigrants in the labor market, that never even crossed my mind because I don't see them as competition.
Right.
I'm not trying to sell fruit on the corner. I'm not trying to traffic children. I'm not trying to do anything that they're doing. And any immigrant, legal or illegal, is not competition to me as an independent contractor simply because of the demand for quality that comes with my type of work. People can come and give a much lower price. That doesn't affect me because my customers aren't looking for the lowest price. They're looking for the best job.
Hey, dude, check this shit out. You see my timer? It's only mine's only 3 seconds behind their timer, and I did that on accident. That was a good guess, right?
Yeah.
That's wild.
But competition in the labor market, that never even crossed my mind. And that's not what we were talking about, because the whole issue of immigration coming and immigrants coming here illegally was brought up after I said something about it's the government's job to secure our borders, not start foreign wars and protect us from our enemies. You know, I was specifically talking about foreign ones, but, you know, domestic ones are included. And then all of a sudden, we're talking about illegal immigrants.
That was wild, bro.
Okay. But I had no idea that he was talking specifically about the labor market.
I'm just saying that shit was wild.
So when I responded to him, said, I'm not willing to compete against someone who's been given a baseball bat while my hands are tied behind my back. That is not in this new special context that he didn't even tell anybody we were now talking about. You know, that was specifically about illegal immigrants coming over here and getting benefits and protection from the government who are supposed to benefit and protect us.
Right.
And they're being given free money that the government didn't even earn.
Right, and we got people here on our own streets that are fucking starving.
But, you know, that's that Cloward Piven strategy in action. They're trying to overwhelm the economy by overloading the welfare system, by reckless spending and high inflation and all of that stuff, so that they can introduce their social credit systems, so that they can introduce their global new world order.
Right.
And America has been the biggest obstacle for them for a long time, ever since they propositioned this to the American government, and the American government refused it. Well, they already had their special little agents inserted in our government, and they just have been blowing up. They were activated.
the other side.
For the other side now, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro joins us, of course, a key surrogate for the Harris campaign. You heard Senator Cotton there. He says that voters know who Donald Trump is. You've seen the polling. A large slice of voters say they simply don't know enough about the vice president. Is this her last best chance?
Donald Trump's never even met her.
Show them
She's been in Congress for 25 years.
Look, I'm not sure what world Senator Cotton was living in, but when Donald Trump was in charge, the only thing we had more of in this country was more chaos. And I think under Kamala Harris, you're going to see someone who's compassionate, who cares deeply.
You know what's funny about that is if you listen to him talk about it when it was happening in real time, it wasn't chaos. It was peaceful protest.
Mm-hmm.
The welfare of all Americans, no matter
Double standards.
where they
For real, dude.
who they love.
And word magic.
An economic message that lifts people up instead of shutting out the middle class. I expect
It wasn't Trump who caused any chaos. He didn't create chaos for the people.
prosecute the case effectively against Donald Trump tonight.
You mentioned the case against
You know why these people in government are saying he's dangerous?
building off of their record, but making
It's not because he's dangerous to the American people.
It's because he's dangerous to the establishment, hopefully.
That's exactly why those people came out and said, oh, January 6th is worse than 9/11. For whom?
I think it's important
For
that we
whom?
examine Kamala Harris's
In what context was it worse than 9/11?
Right.
this nation. Elections are about the future.
Because 9/11 was a threat on the American people. It was a threat to people's lives.
I don't believe this guy fucking right here. I don't believe that he's the head of his house anyhow. He gets cucked. Straight up gets cucked. He not only gets cucked, but he gets pegged by his wife while being cucked. I can see it. He's wearing it all over his face. He's one of these fucking self-hating, self-shaming fucking, why don't I just fucking, jump off a cliff fucking white people. My life sucks so bad. I'm a white guy. I'm responsible for all the oppression black people feel and deal with today.
Big purple strap-on recipient.
He's getting cucked by a big-ass black man dingo, dude, while his wife's put the strap-on that he's getting pegged with is a big black strap-on too, man. So he's getting it, dude, man. I'm surprised he can stand there. Keep a straight face.
Has one of less freedom and more chaos under Donald Trump.
We will see how it unfolds on the debate stage. Governor Shapiro, thank you so much.
All right, so we've talked to surrogates from both campaigns. Coming up, we are going to talk to somebody who has both debated Donald Trump and helped him prepare for big debates. With tonight's showdown less than 14 minutes away.
That's a fact, Red. Fact.
Predators? How do you top the most watched season yet?
Fabulous.
It's been a ride.
It's on this other channel.
Survive. We got Krista Welker here. Hallie's done some primary debates.
I'm out of my
Me
league.
too.
I
No,
know.
but this is next level. Lester, first of all, without triggering you, what do you remember about doing the debate in 2016?
I remember how lonely.
I remember how you threw Biden a bunch of softball questions and you pretty much attacked fucking Trump like the piece of shit you are. That's what I remember.
Both of us did. It was under the auspices of the Presidential Debate Commission. You're a solo.
Am I wrong? Because wasn't Trump pretty much debating him and fucking Biden? Or am I wrong about that?
Is to in this giant room full of people, and there were estimates of 100 million people watching. At the same time, it's such a privilege to do things like this, but you're getting people are leading up to it, or is he going to fact check you? Every time you turn on cable TV, they're talking about you.
Why is it every time we say something about white women, David shows up? I swear, man, he got like a white woman fucking radar button or something going off.
Natural homing.
For real. The white woman is his fucking kryptonite.
What they think you're going to do or what you're thinking. I don't know.
I'll make sure that stays a secret here, David.
I think of David and Lindsay tonight. It's not an easy task.
Oh, it's definitely not. And when you talk about feeling lonely, part of that is because there's no one in your ear telling you or giving you editorial backup. Look, I think there's no greater weight than the moments before heading into a general election debate because you are asking questions on behalf of the people.
No greater weight except for maybe Rosie O'Donnell.
People. So you want the questions to be understandable, digestible, not coming from Washington and politics, but from a place of people's dining room tables. And the best thing that you can say about a moderator is that you don't remember who moderated.
Well, I was going to say, and since it's over, I can say these can make a career, they can break a career. And a lot of times the criticism is quite harsh for a moderator who does fact check in real time. I can think of a moderator who got in trouble for that. And for moderators who don't, it's sort of darned if you do, darned if you don't.
I think the way to deal with that is to ask follow-up questions, make sure you're getting answers.
Why don't you guys actually ask real
It's also a
questions?
question for the candidates, and there is a question of how much tonight, as we bring it back to what we're going to see.
I would personally like to see him ask questions that the people want to hear, not these fucking dumbass questions that are made to, spin a narrative. I'm tired of that shit.
In just about 11
Donald
minutes
Trump,
now,
why do you hate women?
Well, because there was a few times I went to grab them by the pussy and they told me and they told me no, and I had to file a Chapter 11 bankruptcy on a couple of my hotels, and it's all their fault.
Have you heard my explanation on the grab 'em by the pussy statement?
No, sir, I have not heard your fucking explanation.
You see, Donald Trump was talking about when you're in these places, meaning these positions in government, you can just walk up and grab them by the pussy.
You used to be able to in the early 2000s.
Yeah. Well, that is exactly what Tara Reid is
The
alleging.
actress?
No. It's Reade.
Okay. We already had this discussion about her.
Yeah. That's exactly what Tara Reid is alleging Joe Biden did to her.
I don't trust anything any woman alleges anymore. They all lie. Until proven otherwise.
Well,
I mean, seriously, man. If you want to look at reality, there seems to be a big epidemic of women lying because they know they can get away with it.
Yeah, but that's why I stated it accurately and factually instead of saying that's exactly what Joe Biden did to her. Now, given his history of being a child sniffing pervert,
was Hunter involved in this?
I'm certainly inclined to believe it, given their history of perversion and all of that. But I still want to give the benefit of the doubt because he's not been tried for it.
But was Hunter involved in all this?
It is a verifiable fact that this is what Joe Biden is alleged to have done. And I believe that that's exactly what Trump was referring to when he said that. But, in these days, it's more dangerous and more of an offense to talk about something that was done, and you get blamed for it for talking about what happened than the person who actually did such a thing.
Correct.
That's the crime. It's for noticing. Noticing is the crime, not doing it.
You mean like being impeached by the House for a quid pro quo you didn't do when you have proof that the sitting president actually did commit a quid pro quo when he was a vice president?
Well, now see, that's dangerous. Right?
Because that's dangerous. Because I got proof. I actually have news clips that prove it. I mean, there is no whistleblower that we don't know that you might possibly let us meet, that you never let us meet, and never brought no real evidence about the whole situation. Dude, do you think most people even realize that the witnesses for that first impeachment hearing that they had on Trump, that the key witnesses were actually college professors that knew nothing about it? Do you think they're aware of that?
Only if they're told to be.
Because there were 3 college professors that were the key witnesses, which was wild. I'd never seen nothing like that before in my life. How are these the key witnesses and they're just professors? What are they? What did they witness?
Yeah, Kennedy interviewed somebody during a hearing about global warming, and this guy was some kind of athlete, some kind of Winter X Games athlete, fucking snowboarder from Alaska. He doesn't know a damn thing about the atmosphere, doesn't know a damn thing about carbon, but he knows all about carbon emissions because all you need to know about carbon emissions is carbon bad.
Well, you remember when Senator Johnson, I think he's from Louisiana or Alabama, or no, he might be from Mississippi. He's the big, tall, black dude that said that if you get too many people on one side of an island, it'll tip over. Remember that shit?
What?
Yeah, in the Senate, they were talking about fucking climate and all kinds of shit, and somehow come to if too many people end up on one side of an island, a specific island, I forget what island it was, that the weight of the people could actually cause the island to tip over.
Oh, a specific island. Well, that's possible if it has eroded out on many different sides, or
I don't think the island he was talking about was big enough. I just remember that comment and I laughed. I was like, "Damn, dude, that's stupid."
Well, the smaller it is, the more likely it would be propped up on a stem, which means, I mean, if it's going to tip over, that's no different than it finally. That's no different than it finally sinking.
He said, "Remember when Don Lemon thought the Malaysian flight could have been swallowed by a black whale?"
But most islands have more land mass underneath them.
Correct.
Right? You know, that's the typical structure of an
Most
island.
of them, yeah, an island usually has at least a small landmass that connects to the bottom of wherever it's sitting.
Yeah, it's
So
just surrounded.
something's got to be pushing it up. It ain't just floating there. Oh, a black hole, a black hole, a black hole. No, I don't remember that, but that sounds like something stupid Don Lemon would say, because Don Lemon is stupid. I mean, look at all the fucking Elon Musk memes that are being made about the interview with him and Elon Musk. I know you've been seeing them all over the internet just like I have. Because Elon Musk, he eviscerated fucking Don Lemon. He made him look like a fucking fool.
Fact check former President Trump and vice versa, although it is clear, we know from past debates, that the former president does say things that are not true on this stage. I've talked to people in her orbit who say if she spent the night fact checking, in their view, she'd never get anything else in. So she's got to pick her moments in that space. We're also seeing, even as we've been on the air tonight, former President Trump already, his campaign, his team, kind of working the refs here already, preemptively going after the moderators. It's always a fact check.
I was just going to say, I mean, it's not terribly recent, but I remember it's in the last 10, 15 years, it's become a lot more common to attack the moderator. I remember when you would never see the candidates go out and go after them.
That's because it used to be you would never see the moderator fucking debating with one of the candidates. What the fuck are you talking about? When did that start happening? Used to be moderators ask questions and then shut the fuck up.
Moderator. I remember Newt Gingrich doing it in a Republican primary, I think in 2016 or something like that, and that was different.
Well, two things. You've got to feel the room, and it took me several minutes to feel the room, feel the temperature of the candidates. The other thing is, you know, having done a lot of debates, including a presidential debate, I swore a long time ago I would never publicly judge a debate moderator.
That's right.
It is an incredibly difficult job, and my hat's off to anyone who has done it.
Absolutely. And you try to tune out any criticism that you might be getting heading into the big night.
But you know exactly what their stomachs feel like.
I
10
sure
minutes
do.
away from the debate now.
I'm starting to feel those
I
butterflies.
know, having moments of feeling for them.
Thanks for all this. This was great. We'll take a break. We're less than 10 minutes away from the big moment as Kamala Harris and Donald Trump get ready to face off.
Yeah, we're like a minute away.
First time ever.
Hit the wrong button.
Boop.
Come on, damn it.
So that's also a big challenge that I'll be watching for, how she does that. Back to you.
All right.
How she does what?
Party candidate who has since endorsed former
10 minutes away from the big
try to get their message out. There was a ton of commotion about 10 minutes ago, and that's because RFK Jr. came into the spin room. Of course, he was the third-party candidate who has since endorsed former President Trump. He was followed by, I'd say dozens of reporters as he walked through the spin room. We're hearing kind of the same things. Both campaigns are disciplined. They are on message. The Harris surrogates are saying the same thing. Former President Trump is the most experienced presidential debater. This will be a 7th debate. And also, they want to go over reproductive rights, that a vote for Trump is a vote that will limit abortion access. And on the Trump side, of course, they're hammering the issue that Vice President Harris is untested. She's only done one big major interview. She's doing no town halls. And also, they want to hammer home that they want to put the spotlight, and they hope the candidate does, on the issues of immigration, the economy, and the 2 wars overseas. What I'll be looking for, guys, tonight, who can truthfully answer the question that they are the change candidate coming out of this debate. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Our Washington correspondent, Yamiche Alcindor, has been covering the Harris campaign and joins us now. Yamiche, your thoughts tonight as we're just minutes away.
One of the biggest challenges for Vice President Harris, as I've been talking to a lot of sources that are familiar with her debate preparations, are how she's going to differentiate herself from President Biden. Former President Trump is going to try to make her own every single mistake that he believes President Biden made. And there's been a lot of tension among the Harris team about whether or not she should throw President Biden, under the bus figuratively and say, I disagreed with some of the policies, maybe even the withdrawal from Afghanistan, the way that it was carried out, or whether she's going to say, I served at the pleasure of the president and I agreed with everything that he did. But she has to, in some ways, really carve out what a Harris administration is going to look like and why it's not going to just be a third term of the Biden administration, or the second term of the Biden administration, rather. And the other thing that she's really going to have to do is not get pulled into personal attacks by former President Trump. So they expect him to, at some point, maybe lose it. They're going to try to bait him a bit, to try to lash out at her. But she really wants to remain calm, because her biggest thing that she wants to do is really introduce herself to undecided voters and voters who might not be familiar with her background, her middle-class background, that she's a child of immigrants. They really want her team really make sure that she defines herself. So that's also a big challenge that I'll be watching for, how she does that. Back to you.
All right, Yamiche, thank you so much. And let's turn now to NBC's Dasha Burns, who covers the Trump campaign and joins us now. What are you hearing from the Trump campaign about the preparations tonight?
Well, look, Savannah, you've heard the former president say time and again that he does not do traditional debate prep, that campaigning is his prep. But we are told by sources that over the last few days, he has been hunkered down at Mar-a-Lago. He's been doing extensive policy sessions. And watch for him to do 2 things tonight. 2 things that his campaign wants him to do. Number 1, tie Vice President Harris to President Biden. Make her own what's going on with the economy, what's going on with immigration. And number 2, remind voters some of the positions she took back in 2020 when she was running for president that was left of center. Try to paint her as simply too liberal for those moderate swing voters in places like the suburbs of Philadelphia. Of course, that is the plan. That is what the campaign wants. But it's all going to be about the execution in the moment, especially if Harris tries to bait the former president into an outburst. Savannah.
All right, Dasha, thank you.
Let's bring back Kristen Welker and Hallie Jackson. I want to talk about how the vice president has cast herself in this campaign as the prosecutor, going against Donald Trump. Are there limits to that in this format, do you think, of coming off in a prosecutorial way?
Absolutely. When I've spoken to allies who are close to her, they say her biggest challenge tonight is getting specific, but not too specific. She's got to tell the story of how a Harris administration, that word we keep using, change. How would she change things right now? Does she?
She absolutely has to separate herself from the Biden administration, because the Biden administration has done absolutely nothing. Because why haven't you guys already started on these things when you already know they're an issue, they're a problem? Why do we need to? Why do we have to reelect you as a president in order for you to get started on the shit that you were already supposed to be fucking started on to begin with?
Watch out, Snowman. That robot hand's gonna come crashing down on you.
Yeah, the DNC bot's going to get me.
Why aren't you doing anything now? Off with his head.
It's crazy, man. I can't believe it. But yet here we are.
Really lay out in more detail what she wants to see. Yes, she's going to prosecute the case against Donald Trump on a range of different issues. She'll accuse him of switching his opinion, particularly when it comes to the issue of abortion and reproductive rights. But again, she's got to walk that fine line.
Yeah, but she also has to answer for some changes.
Ah, shit. Shout out to Miss Swan, man. Hit me with that $10 PayPal, man. Greatly appreciated. Let me jump over here and give you a thank you. You're the first dono of the night, man. Thank you very much. I can't give her the girls, can I? She probably ain't gonna like them.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money.
Dollar.
I can give you a white guy riding a mechanical bull, though.
What's up, Red?
What's up, Red?
Going on. Here for the smoke.
You're here for the smoke.
They call it.
You're here for the smoke, huh?
Yeah, well, the smoke, I guess. The smoke coming out of the DNC bot.
The DNC bot is apparently, I don't know. Fuck the DNC bot. I say bring the smoke. Let's bring it all. I hope this fucking shit gets on and popping.
Positions. Of course, she ran for president in 2020. She came across and
Kamala has to finish her Molly.
Spin room. Tom
Her what? Kamama?
No, her Molly.
Her mommy?
Molly.
Whopping.
Oh, Molly. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
She's got to finish her fucking meth and special K concoction.
Molly Whopping
have said-
Coochie Mama.
For middle
Oh, here
class
we go.
families and about $4,000 more.
Let's start this back.
Are better. Who's president?
She looks a little chinky, doesn't she?
Broadcasting it, but we will simulcast it right here in its entirety. It's taking place at the National
See you in the
Constitution
morning.
Center in Philadelphia.
And like June's debate, there will be no audience tonight. The candidates' microphones will be muted while the other one is talking. Each candidate will get 2 minutes.
Let's
for answers.
go.
There will be closing statements, but no opening statements. So we expect them to probably mix it up rather early in this as they stake out their positions and we get a sense of where all this is going.
And the mics are muted when the other is talking. So let's take you to Philadelphia now and the first presidential debate of 2024.
Good evening. I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unpressidented race for president.
I love how the muting the mics rule comes from like literally YouTube panels.
I know, right?
They took it.
Away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate, 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing, 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak.
How many times do you think Trump will say that he had the greatest economy and the greatest administration in history?
Within the first 5 minutes, maybe about 10.
I think his team is going to have him go on offense.
Okay, do you honestly?
Yeah.
Speak.
No. The pitfall lies in blaming her for Biden's faults.
Oh, okay.
Get her all
Loud.
pissed off and
There is no
chimping out.
audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Hey, he said president, not former president.
Kamala Harris.
Look, this is the first time they've ever met.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you.
This
It's an
is
honor to have
wild.
you
Think
both
about
here.
that for a second. This is wild. This is the first time they've ever met, and she's been in Congress for 25 years.
No, they actually met before in the California redwoods, but Trump was wearing an owl mask and she was wearing a raccoon.
You ain't shit, dude. God.
They actually touched each other and the world didn't blow up in flames.
I know, right?
Here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking
They didn't
forward
break
to a
the fucking,
spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly
What
say
if they just
is their
made
number
out?
one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and
Hold on,
President
can we go
Trump
back
were
a
elected
couple
4
minutes?
years ago. And I want to begin tonight with the
Which-
issue that voters
Which one is oranger?
They're not even orange. They're brown. They're both brown now.
Cameras. It's the cameras. They make me look orange.
I don't know. They both got about the same skin tone. So which one's orange or white or brown or black?
I mean, he's right. They use the cameras to make them look more orange, but they can't do that here because now Kamala's going to look orange.
I'm confused, man. I am fucking confused.
repeatedly say is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country.
More of a
Vice
burnt
President
wheat.
Harris, you and President Trump were
He's
elected 4
darker.
years ago, and your opponent on the
He
stage here
is.
tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was
How much of this is she going to actually answer? How much of it's going to be blamed on Trump? I say she's going to answer none of it, and she's going to blame all of it on Trump.
I think it's just going to be rhetoric. It's just going to be platitudes.
Right.
Word salad with a roach on top.
raised as a middle class kid. And I am actually the only person on
Oh,
the
so
stage
you
who
know
has
the
a
black
plan
struggle.
that
Is
is
that what
about
you're
lifting
saying?
up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My
What about
passion,
grocery
one of
prices?
them is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which
Can you
would be a
pause that quick?
20% tax
We'll pause it
on
at the end.
everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
So she's saying that Trump has a plan to give all the billionaires tax cuts. Well, why are so many billionaires against Trump and trying to tell everybody else that they need to vote for Kamala? And if Kamala is so for the working class of people, why does she have to pander to them?
That's
That $50,000 tax credit for small businesses kind of scares me because it sounds like a real easy way to sneak in DEI.
Sounds like a real easy way for illegals to fucking sneakily get $50,000.
Well, whatever the government is funding today, they will
Hey,
seek
I'm a small business owner from Colorado.
whatever the government is funding today, they will seek to take control of tomorrow.
Let's see what Trump's answer is.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation has, which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security.
Well, you were right about him saying it within the first 10 minutes.
He doubled down. I love it.
He did double down, though. Dude, you notice he didn't even he didn't look at her once. Not one time.
Dude, he doubled down on the black jobs, and he brought up Springfield. That's crazy.
Well, dude, Springfield's getting fucking annihilated right now.
I mean, he's right. He's right.
How do you drop
looked
20,000 fucking illegal immigrants into and Springfield isn't a very big city, mind you. It's not big at all, dude.
Yeah, when they said, in the future, aliens are going to be abducting our pets, I didn't think it was going to be like this.
Yeah, we didn't know that they meant illegal aliens
during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst.
Pause. We're going to go ahead and pause right there because right off the rip, she's being disingenuous. You cannot blame this man for the coronavirus and the lockdowns. He was literally doing what all you motherfuckers told him to do.
She's taken acting classes, it looks like, because the way when Trump said some grocery prices are 50, 60, 100% higher, which is true. Everybody knows that. We go to the grocery store and see it. And she's just smiling, shaking her head like, no, that's not true. She's acting.
If we're going to talk about what Donald Trump left us, well, let's talk about something he did leave us, which was an open pipeline that Biden closed.
We were fracking when he was in office.
Oil reserves.
The strategic oil reserves were completely full, like Brett just said.
Something else Donald Trump left us was a very hysterical media pumping out all these narratives of fear-mongering and finger-pointing and demonizing, so much to the point that somebody actually took a shot at him.
I don't know about you guys, but I remember him trying to shut the fucking country down the first day he heard about the coronavirus.
Yep.
And I do believe that the exact words that the media and everybody in Congress used was xenophobe.
Yeah, and as much as we criticized him for it, he did come out with warp speed, which created the jabby jab, and they accredited the jabby jab to bringing our economy out of the lockdown.
Yeah, and they also give Biden credit for the jabby jab.
And he wasn't trying to shut down the country. He was trying to shut down arrivals from the country of origin, right?
To America.
That's why they called him xenophobic. Oh, and Pelosi's out there saying, come on down to Chinatown. And you think about the context of that and the inevitable result of it all. That goes right back to what I was saying about the Munchausen mommies,
right,
of society.
It was 4 years ago, dude. Time is skipping.
Well, let's watch this fucking, I'm sure going to be highly fallacious statement she makes.
Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War.
Oh,
and what we have done is clean
Holy
up Donald
crap.
Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook.
I like that he won't even look at her.
Grievances and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2020.
Can we sit here and mark this at the very beginning? It's the second question in. Let's
take two shots.
No, let's keep track of who actually makes the most fucking personal attacks and who sticks to the actual topics at hand. Let's keep track of this because now she is making a prediction that he's going to do it. I think she's going to be the one that does it. I mean, she's already started with the Project 2025.
Yeah.
Trump's using his strategy from the last debate, which is slowly get under Biden's skin, give him a "come on, man" moment, and I think we might see one tonight.
Yeah, keep her triggered.
That the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic, and the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy. And the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy.
I don't believe
What
that.
the Wharton School has said is
Well,
Donald
Goldman
Trump's
Sachs is
plan
donating to her.
would actually explode the deficit.
I don't think Goldman
16
Sachs actually
Nobel
believes that.
laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession.
You said he
just
had
have
no
to
plan.
look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that.
Okay,
you can still hear him.
that's an attack. That's an attack, right? Is that considered an attack?
No, but did you? He was muted, and you still heard him.
No, I'm talking
It's like-
about what Kamala said. It's a personal attack, right?
Play it again.
What she said, it absolutely was.
That Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
Personal attack, more interested in defending himself than he is looking after you.
Yeah, calling your opponent selfish. Yeah.
I mean,
Defending himself from what? A weaponized legal system?
Yeah, and she said there's going to be a recession in the middle of next year. Did you catch that? That kind of scares me.
Hey, well, wait till you see the fact checkers, what they're saying in real time. This shit's crazy.
You know, their plan to avoid a recession is through ESG and the social credit system, powered by digital currency. That guess who controls that? The billionaires.
And look, not a single dude. When I go after this debate's over, when I go through the fact checking, what's crazy is everything you roll through. It's all pro Harris, anti-Trump. It's fucking nuts.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. Just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just
Okay, so
you're
Trump's
buying
got
lower
one
taxes.
personal attack.
She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan.
It's
She
not a
doesn't have
personal
a
attack.
plan.
Sure it is, but it's
Mr. President,
funny.
I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice
It's
President
funny
brought up
'cause it's
your
true.
tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued
for
it'll mean higher
foreign
prices on
goods.
gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for
Bingo.
years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for
What do you guys think about that? Because look from where I'm standing, I see no lies because I see it in my wallet, I see it in my bank account, I see it in my grocery bill. I see it in my utility rise.
Yep.
I
And
see
Kamala's
them.
doing this thing. She's like, oh, and the moon will rise and the sun will set and we will have hope and joy. And Trump's like, look at your wallet. Look at the grocery store price.
I mean, I know I'm not imagining this shit.
Don't look around you. Don't look up. Look inside your soul.
For your response, and you heard what the president said
search your
there, because
feelings. And he's absolutely right about the China stuff. Tell me, anybody, why is it wrong to discourage people from buying crap that isn't even worth 5 cents just because it costs 6 cents compared to something that costs 10 cents and is worth 9?
Yeah, and tariffs over time, a short period of time with a big economy like this, will lower the price of domestic goods.
I'm not. I'll be
Domestic,
honest with you.
yeah.
I'm not knowledgeable enough with on what tariffs do and how they either help or hurt an economy. I just know that when Trump got elected, it'd been the first time in a long time that we were actually buying American steel. Prior to that, we were buying cheap Chinese steel that wasn't worth a fuck.
Exactly. So if you buy
and anybody
if you buy $6,000 worth of steel and it's such poor quality that you have to spend $12,000 worth of steel in order to complete your project, because, or let's be fair, let's say $9,000 worth of steel, because half of it isn't any fucking good when you get it. Or you spend $10,000 worth of steel and it's all of good quality, give or take just a little bit, and you get $9,000 worth of steel for $10,000 instead of $12,000. Right?
Yeah. And
if you're buying trash that doesn't work, is designed to break, so that you keep buying it, and it's really easy to buy. That's just like cutting your crack with a whole bunch of baking soda and selling it at a 25% markdown, even though half of it is.
Yeah, and Trump isn't saying we have to put tariffs on everybody. He's saying we need reciprocal trade deals. Like if we could take Japan's tariffs off and buy their robotics, and they take their tariffs off our shit. He just wants reciprocation.
Shout out to roller skater Texas girl with that $20 super sticker. Greatly appreciated, young lady.
Can I hold your half for you?
We got this for you.
Let's get money, motherfucker. Get money. Get money, motherfucker. Get money. Let's get money, motherfucker. Get money. Get money, motherfucker. Get money.
She said, I'm unworthy of the wrench. Not around here. Not everyone gets a fucking wrench.
No, you kind of need a wrench around here. You'll be victim of some foul play in the chat. There's been some rough nights for people in the chat that ain't got wrenches, man.
But essentially, a tariff is a tax imposed on the other country.
Right, but I know a lot of times that depending on how the tariffs impose, that like they were saying that end final cost can also end up falling on the consumer.
Well, those goods and services will in turn, or in response to the tax imposed on them, they will raise their prices. And it forces a fair competition for the people in the consumer country and incentivizes them to compete in production. Okay, the other company or the other country now has to compete with prices so that they're not undersold. And it not really forces, but encourages the consumer country to be more productive.
Okay.
That's not a bad thing.
I'm going to get back into this debate. We're about 14 minutes behind.
The Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers'
And why the fuck
rights.
are you and
But what
Biden
Donald
giving
Trump
so
did,
much
let's
money to
talk
all
about
these other
this, with
countries, you
COVID,
fucking
is he
bitch?
actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of
She's
COVID.
getting worked up.
First of all, they bought
Let
the
her
chips
go.
from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father is a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted
I
that
knew
you were
it.
able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
So the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even
Red, I just want to point out that you posed that question damn near word for word accurate.
I told you, man. It's right out of their playbook.
I'm just saying. I mean, that was damn near word for word accurate prediction of a question.
Even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually.
Let's should we start counting how many times the moderators actually start answering debate questions for presidents?
He really tripled down on that, but I think it's smart because, you know, even if he took a moderate stance, it's not like women are going to vote for the guy.
They would be letting it die.
Yeah, like the governor of Virginia said, after the baby's born, a decision is made.
And that is what he said. I listened to it. I was watching the fucking podcast in real time when that shit happened.
Right. So after a baby's born and a decision to not let it live is made, do you have to kill it? No, you just have to not nurture it and let it die so they can truthfully say, that moderator can truthfully say that there's no state where it's legal to kill a baby after it's born. Right. But what about letting it die?
Yeah,
word magic. Fuck these people.
Actually, a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith.
Don't take their guns away,
deeply held
Kamala.
beliefs to agree. The government and Donald Trump certainly should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as president of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Okay, then don't force masks on people. Don't force them or coerce them or their employers to force or coerce people to get shots or wear masks. Don't take people's guns away from them. Okay, what right does a woman have to choose what happens to her body if a man decides he's going to get a gun or just use his stature to overpower her and she's not able to defend herself because some stupid bitch weaseled her way into the presidency and took people's guns away? What are you going to do then?
The one thing that I would like
is crazy.
Well, look, dude, the one thing I'd like to point out is I'm tired of them saying Roe v. Wade, for one, because if you actually do research and you look into Roe v. Wade, the court precedent that they were actually operating on is not Roe v. Wade. It was what they called Planned Parenthood versus Casey. Roe v. Wade, when it was actually signed into law, what made Roe v. Wade different from Planned Parenthood versus Casey is the fact that in order for a woman to get an abortion, it had to have been for one of those three reasons only. And she also had to get the written consent of the father of the child as well. If she wasn't able to get the written consent of the father because she didn't know where he was, then she had to actually put out what they call an article in the paper, in the classifieds, basically asking for him to make it known or making it known in the classifieds that this is what she was planning on doing. That way he had a way of knowing about it through public means.
But anyway, that's the Supreme Court going through the states.
What I'm saying is Planned Parenthood versus Casey. It basically took away the father's right to have a say in the abortion, and it also made it to where there were no regulations on it.
Right.
And that's what
and
that's a very big difference in two different legislations that they're not telling you about.
Right. That's why they focused on Roe. But she rolled out the new advertising campaign, which is going to be Trump abortion bans. So any state that has a stricter rule is going to be a Trump abortion ban state. And that would be the equivalent of, like, let's say, for example, the Supreme Court legalized marijuana under Obama. That would be like calling it Obama weed.
Like Obamacare?
Yeah, like Obama dispose.
There she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it
Well, I won't have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. Funny. We'll do it a different way. He went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole.
It doesn't count as a personal jab when the jab was against the fearless leader and chief right now.
And again, it's true.
And how unfair.
Right.
That would have been part of the reason they lost to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. in all fairness. J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond. But I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers, to go and get the health care she needs, barely can afford to do it. And what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer the question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question.
I thought they were muting mics.
abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and
Why is she
probably
allowed to
after that,
interrupt him?
just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia
I say let him go.
decide, and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country.
I just want to point out that they literally did not mute her mic and they let her talk over him. I just want to point that
Of
out.
course. I love how he Chad faced her the whole time. He didn't even fucking look at her. He's just like
Vice
Chad
President-
facing the whole debate.
Right. He won't even look her in the eye. It's great. While she keeps staring him down.
Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected.
How much you want to bet
by
he
the surge
brings
of
up the
fentanyl
wall?
in our
They should have
country.
just finished.
That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why?
Yeah, wrong.
He
Because
preferred to run on a problem instead of
because
fixing
it had
a
$100
problem.
billion to
And
fucking
understand,
Ukraine.
Go ahead.
It was 60. The entire bill together was 120 billion. 60 of it, half of it, going to Ukraine. 20 billion of it going to the border. Even though what she just said about that bill wasn't part of the bill. Okay, it wasn't to stop them. It was to facilitate their arrival.
Right.
You know, by giving them these prepaid debit cards and by registering people with the, I forget what they call it.
Yeah, it was a bad bill. And if it has money for Ukraine, it's not a fucking border bill.
Right. Well, Ukraine means border, right? Oh, little word magic in there.
Not in our language, it doesn't.
Right.
security
They've got
bill,
all these
which I
fucking words,
supported.
man.
And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions.
This bitch was literally named the border czar. by the commander in chief. First day they were in office. And she
All
ain't
right,
fixed the
Snowman.
problem.
We got a bill. I need you to sign this bill. It's called the Save the Puppies Bill. And in the Save the Puppies Bill, we get to enslave your family. But you're not going to vote against the Save the Puppies Bill, are you?
No, my family needs to be enslaved. They're evil people. They're white Caucasoid mongoloids.
How much would you sell them for?
Oh, dude, I'd sell them real cheap. Real cheap.
The carton of cigarettes.
Carton of cigarettes and a couple lottery tickets will do.
Who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on
So
that point,
far, she's leading the personal
let
attack.
me just ask, though, why did you
She's
try to
freaking
deploy
out,
that
man.
police that would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border?
First, let me respond as to the rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's busing them in and paying them to be there and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take the country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. Babies. And it's a shame. As far as the rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they...
Sad thing is, I went over that, and we don't know if that's true or false, so Trump really should have left that one alone. I'm just saying.
Go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us
the fact that
there have
that's
been no
coming from
credible
a
reports of
president's mouth
specific
is
claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television.
Now, mind you, I went through and I listened to some of the same reports that they're talking about, and they literally only talked to, I think, like there was a list of 4, maybe 5 people total in Springfield that they talked to and asked this question to. So I don't know if they really got a fair assessment of what's going on in Springfield.
Well, there is a picture of, and I say a picture of a guy carrying a duck.
Yeah, a goose.
Walking down the street.
And there was like 10 or 20 people in that cat incident, and they all attested to it, to the police.
Hey,
Yeah,
for as long as I've been alive, there have never been any stray anythings around Chinese restaurants. I'm just saying.
Yeah, there's police cam footage of that, of the cat thing.
Say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
The people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says
The city manager is one person. One person in a city of thousands.
Who has a very seriously vested
What did he
interest
say?
in. He has a
He
very
took my
serious.
dog.
The city manager has a very serious vested interest in
Having a good positive outlook of right.
Yes, in public relations. PR.
They don't want it to seem as though things are falling apart in Springfield. Of course, they're not going to tell you the truth. Come on now.
Trump's team needs to get him like a photo shoot with cats and dogs. He needs to be the pet president.
The pet president.
There's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is,
Oh,
I think,
there's a
one of the
cackle.
reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John
Liz
McCain,
Cheney.
including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz
Yep.
Cheney. And
Oh,
if you want
damn.
to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already,
They got the recommendation of former Vice President Dick Cheney. Doesn't that just add more to her fallacy of
Yeah.
he's for the fucking big corporations? Because Dick Cheney owns Halliburton.
I mean, shit. A lot of people are already voting for Trump. You don't have to sell them on it.
Jesus Christ.
ready.
Yeah, I'd
Just
be
ask
more
people who
worried
have
if Dick
worked with
Cheney
him.
supported
His
Trump.
former chief of staff, a four-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you. Because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people, not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people whose were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most
face she's
incompetently
making.
handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they? But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S.
With local
military.
police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it, because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in. And all over the world, crime is down. All over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof, despite their fraudulent statements that they made. Crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But
Excuse me, the FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must
is
do to
that
support our
plan?
small businesses, address bringing
Put
down the price of
Venezuelans in your
groceries.
house.
But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every
So,
one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent.
Excuse me, President Trump. I'd appreciate if you don't talk over me. I'm talking.
Okay.
But
And I'm winning most of
is she okay? Is she okay with defunding local police, but she's not okay with JD Vance talking about defunding federal police? Interesting.
them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this
what
election
about the
in 2024 is taking
weaponization?
place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who...
That means you'll be immune if you enter the White House of any prosecution. That's what you're not telling people.
Any misconduct?
Yeah,
Really?
I mean,
No, that's a
we have a
gross
25th
exaggeration. That's a terrible misrepresentation of what it is to have presidential
especially when we have
immunity.
a fucking 25th Amendment.
Okay, there is a good behavior clause in the Constitution, Article 3. Okay,
openly
if
said,
you know, that's how they're able to impeach them.
Look
if
at
they
that face.
violate that. It's not any. Wow.
he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies.
Is that
Someone
wrong?
who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because
He's
certainly
going
we
to
know
do to
now the
us what
court
we
won't
did
stop
to
We know
him.
JD Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice
to
President
stop
Harris,
him.
thank you.
Yeah, she
Vice
wants
President
to talk
Harris,
about
in your
what
last
Trump's
run for
gonna
president-
do. We have
This is the one
examples
that
of them
weaponized, not
doing
me.
it.
She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a
President
fake Russia
We
investigation
do have a lot to
that
get.
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris,
There
in your
it is
last run for
again.
president, you said you
God.
wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because
No,
we're
she
here in
won't.
Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking
haven't
vote
done
on the
anything.
Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new
She
leases.
just
for
lost
fracking.
all the eco
My
warriors.
position is that we have got to
Biggest thing
invest
they do is
in
get rid of
diverse
the
sources of
filibuster.
energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have
Big
had
mistake.
the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a
Silver
value that I
curry
bring to my
platter.
work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increased by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on longstanding work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down. And name calling, the true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well, first of
response?
all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
I'm speaking.
She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead. Fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that
for
we
the
have to get to.
environment,
We're
as she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis.
There it is.
Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, well, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it. But when are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle, they went into Seattle, they took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask,
Mr. President,
you were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes, sir.
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me.
That is a fact, too.
2 weeks ago, her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as
And
president,
she also
not about
said that
former
she
Speaker
was
Pelosi,
waiting
but I do
for
want
this
Vice President
day.
Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the president of the United States incited a violent mob
Oh my
to
God.
attack our nation's capital. to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville.
But it was worse than 9/11.
Where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate.
And watch, she's going to say it. He said there were people on both sides. Watch.
And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side.
Yeah.
Let's remember that.
Well, there were.
Again, misquoting him and pushing a soundbite that she knows is a lie.
There were fine people on both sides.
When it came to the Proud Boys, a militia.
These are so old too.
The Proud Boys are not a militia.
Said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you.
I don't like how she's stealing Bob Seger's song, and if that ends up being one of her...
Time to turn the page.
If that ends up being one of her theme songs, I'm going to be pissed. I'll have to stop listening to Bob Seger forever.
Unburdened by what has been.
Stand.
We're not going back.
For country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking.
What?
Let's turn the page on this.
When did he say that?
Let's
Dude,
chart
she
a
is literally
course
given
for the
every
future
single
and
fake
not
news
go backwards to the
clip
past.
in this answer.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed
Yep.
our energy.
You see that? You see how they have his mic turned off, but they leave hers on.
Yeah.
Energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people.
You ain't got to talk about that one. Talk about the bloodbath
They
thing.
will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every
You already
newspaper.
did. That was the
But they
first
still
thing you
bring it
said.
up, just like they bring 2025
We
up.
should spend
They
some
bring
more
all of this
time
stuff
on
up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed. Those people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue.
He was like,
really brings us,
she's been
this
so
infamous
bad,
truth,
and she kind of got
in
like a
these
little
times that we're
twinkle in
living
her eye.
Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge it at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
But
You know
those-
that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much.
I love how he
all you have
doubles
to do is
down
look
on
at it,
shit.
And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls. And we have to have it. We have to have borders. And we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No judge looked at it.
and said
They
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where
That is true. Not a single judge would even look at any of the evidence. That's a fact.
A person in an election doesn't have standing. The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But
don't be disingenuous, you prick. He didn't say he didn't say it. He said he was being sarcastic when he said it, you fucking liar. Jesus Christ.
Well, he has to tell it like that so that he can follow up.
About this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. Now, I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as vice president of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way,
no, they said the president
and deny.
They're talking about Biden.
Over and over again, our court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election. It leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart, Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that, but he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I think we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans.
Oh, this should be good.
Vice President
They're both
Harris in
going to
December,
compete
you said,
for
quote, Israel has a right to defend
#1
itself. But you
Israel
added,
fan.
quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just
Let's
last
see
week,
if she
Prime Minister
loses the
Benjamin
Muslim
Netanyahu
vote.
said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis, many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters, because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed, children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out
That was
and
actually a
prevent the
good
killing
answer
of
from
more
where they're
innocent
going.
civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a
No,
sorority
don't
party
say
of
that.
hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years
These are the
from
answers
now.
he
And I
doesn't
pretty
need
good
to
at
give.
predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one.
Yeah, man,
She
now you're
hates
making me want to vote for
At the
her.
same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation. And now what they're doing is
Who's
they're
terror?
spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide
baited her.
and distract from the reality, which is it is very
He did
well
bait her.
known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that
Love
these
letters.
dictators and autocrats are rooting
Man,
for you
she-
to be president
like
again because they're
11 to
so
2
clear.
on the
They
personal
can
attack.
Dude,
manipulate
she
you
just took
with
a
flattery and
fat
favors.
L.
And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have
She's
a president
circling
who
back.
is not consistently
She's
weak
malfunctioning.
and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding,
He's shutting down,
respecting, and
folks.
highest
He's
regard our
shutting down.
military.
Vice President
Dude, that
Harris,
was
thank you.
so brilliant
And
what
she's
he
the one
just did.
that caused it. That's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders
Yeah,
of
I
other
think he was
countries
being
think that they're
tongue-in-cheek.
weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak
Ours.
and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the
They're
National
cutting him. They're trying
Constitution
to cut
Center
him
right
off,
here
but
in
he's getting
Philadelphia.
them in. That was really brilliant because Kamala gave like a measured take. She gave a good answer at first on Israel. She said, Israel does have a right to defend itself, but I believe in a two-state solution. And then Trump basically went on his monologue and baited her and actually gave a more measured response than what she gave, but then baited her into saying, I have and always will support Israel my whole life. And that lost her the Muslim vote.
Yep.
Well, there shouldn't be a Muslim vote for her, period. She's a woman. The situation
Well,
with
you get
Israel.
Muslim women, though.
Yeah. Things do get kind of weird and
the men don't really vote.
wish-washy.
At least in Dearborn, the Arab men aren't politically active at all. It's the women.
Well,
I'm
that
not
sucks.
surprised.
Repeal the 19th.
Repeal them all. Let's
But
go
the
back to the first
situation-
10. That's all we need.
The situation with Israel is like this. It's not Israel that is doing all of these things. It's the people who have taken influence and charge over Israel who are pretending to be of Abraham's seed when they're not. And they're using pretty much all the tribes of Israel, all the sons of Abraham, as a human shield through the ADL and things like that, because you can't talk about those people, you know, because of what they've been through. So it's very convenient for them to just insert themselves into that place and try and brainwash all of those people into thinking that they're going to bring Zion. Well, guess what? Zion was a promise of and by God. Anybody who's trying to bring that about by their own hand is worshiping themselves. God is supposed to bring that. And that dates all the way back to right after they were delivered from Egypt, when the king of Moab saw them on his land and said, "Oh, they're going to lick up the land like the cattle lick up the grass." And he hired a guy, a Gnostic soothsayer named Balaam, to go and curse them. And Balaam had a discussion with God, and God would not
Hurry up
give
and land
him,
the plane so I can start the debate.
God wouldn't give
I
him,
feel like I'm learning Yakub lore.
and God wouldn't give him permission to do that. So he and the king devised a plan. Yeah, people always lose patience when I talk about this, you know, because
I'm sitting here trying. I want to watch the debate though, because last time I didn't get to watch it all because they cut it off at the end when it ended.
Well, anyway, they're the ones who introduced the children of Israel to the false gods and the worship of Baal and Moloch. The children of Israel didn't come up with it on their own. It was introduced to them as a trick in order to get them to curse themselves and lead them away from God.
Yeah, the Phoenician ass Genos.
It's in Numbers chapter 22, starting in chapter 22, if you're interested in reading about it.
Next time, can you give the biblical lesson at the end of the debate?
Hopefully there'll never be another debate like this.
ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here,
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war? Yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
Right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me.
Second of all, I would get on
I
my
believe
knees.
the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here.
You mean like you guys gave up all the weapons you left in Afghanistan?
Give it up.
I actually
What do you mean, like,
met
give?
with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded,
No,
tried
did he?
through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which
Yes,
is the
did he?
importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO.
He shared with him American intelligence. Wow.
And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance.
Because we would be funding the war we have nothing to do with. That's why.
Yeah, they want our money.
Military
That's why.
alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much bigger than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening. But he does have that, something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out
Do
for
not
our friends
come.
and not
Do
favor
not
our enemies
come.
because you adore strong men instead
No
of
diddy.
caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief, and the American people
Marxist.
have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen, for years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. Otherwise, we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I would say I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the
now
United
we're just
States
paying
military who
hundreds
is
of
in
billions a
active
day
duty
for that
in a
other
combat
2
zone
wars.
in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not,
She
again,
cannot stop with the ad hom
role
attacks.
and responsibility of the president of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement.
Hey, there's a general
that
actually
we were
told
getting
that
out. We
story
would have been
first.
out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words. So
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black.
She was not black, and that she put out.
That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
Honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was a land. He owned land. He owned buildings, and he was investigated
Kulak.
because
Yeah, he started
refused
out
to rent
donating money to youth
property
schools.
to black families.
Get the
Let's
kulak.
remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young Black and Latino boys
You
who were
executed
innocent. The
5
Central Park
black.
5
Oh my God.
took out a full-page ad calling for their
And they were
execution.
not
This is the
innocent.
same individual who spread birther lies about the first Black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than
This
that.
woman is
Want better
unconscionable,
than
dude.
this.
She is unconscionable
Want
like a
someone who
motherfucker.
understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all
That's
the
what
time
we've done for
who tell
4
me,
years.
can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Obviously, we don't all have the same dreams and aspirations.
President Trump, this is now your third time.
This is the most
can
divisive
accuse her.
presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time's up.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I'm not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas.
How are you
their
going to come
hard
up with
work.
this money?
I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that most critical stage of your
Because
child's development. I have
$6,000 the first
plan
year is a big
that is
help.
about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's
Why?
the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice
and
President
move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's
She had a.
I'm pretty sure the only person name calling and pointing fingers is her. I mean,
She
so
had a-
far the score is 13-2, Harris to Trump.
She had a plan in 2020 that really helped out small business owners and homeowners called the Minnesota Freedom Fund. Remember that plan?
I don't.
That was when she was trying to pool money together to help bail out people who had been arrested for their crimes during protests.
Oh, I remember that now.
You know, and the media tried to spin it. Oh, they arrested them for protesting. No, they were arrested for doing some dumb fuck shit and breaking the law in the middle of a protest. Right? Those are exactly the kind of people that don't need to be getting bailed out, especially if you want these protests to be legal.
All right.
Because burning houses down, killing David Dorn, killing all those other people, creating autonomous zones and that kind of shit, you know, that's not going to help your cause.
Red, you got 10 seconds.
I'm good.
Okay.
let's turn the page
Vice
and
President
move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's turn
Trump, we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She has
please.
a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's what her plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to respond.
President
because
Trump-
the
President
former
Trump-
president has
No,
said
I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry. We're
I
going
just need
to move
respond
on, Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this is
multiple
now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known.
I am impressed that they fucking put their foot down and stuck it all the way down fucking Kamala Harris's throat and shut her up. I am impressed. That shocks me. Kudos to the fucking biased ass moderators.
Woman talking.
as Obamacare. You have failed to
Excuse
accomplish
me.
that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan? And can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up, they wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan.
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late,
Well, he
great
did
John
promise to
McCain,
get rid of it.
who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice
Fastest
President
prologue
Harris,
in
thank
terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot
Made a
of
mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get.
President
People
Trump-
are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you.
I bet it won't start with getting rid of your airplanes.
The climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue.
Interesting shenanigans we have going on.
Quite the fustercluck.
That it is. Who do you think's winning so far?
Not
They're
the
both
American
getting
people.
Well, yeah, obviously. I think they're both getting kind of gas.
Do what?
I think they're both running out of gas.
Seems as such.
Maybe they should open that XL pipeline back up.
Ooh, you dirty bastard, you. How dare you bring up facts? Dude, afterwards, I'm going to drop the link in the back for the real-time fact-checking. I'll let you pull it up, Cyber, because I don't feel like reading. If you want. But it's pretty interesting.
Not a really bad job from the moderators so far.
No, I'm actually they for being biased, they've been pretty, they've been pretty light with their bias this time around. It's like bias light.
and they're just letting them talk.
That's a rarity too. That is a rarity.
Bro, they're showing us market reports.
Yeah.
They're already doing their own fact checking.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. I got the link to the real-time fact check, and everything that they fact checked has all been pro-Harris, anti-Trump.
Really, not a single one is fact checking Harris.
Trump pushes baseless claim about immigrants eating pets.
I love how he just doubled down.
I know, right?
It's a great strategy. In this
When it ends,
environment.
please join us for analysis of tonight's key moments. Our team will break it down as we enter the final.
I don't
stretch.
trust your
Today we'll go
team,
back to
ma'am.
debate and closing statements.
Live from the
Who is
National
that?
Constitution Center in
That guy
Philadelphia,
looked like
Pennsylvania.
Yakub.
Here again,
Right.
David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us, and we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving
Why
hardworking
don't you
folks a
protect the
break and
senior
bringing
in
down
the
the
fucking
cost of
White House?
living. I believe in what we can do together.
How
That
dare
is
you
about
ask
sustaining
questions
America's
like that,
standing
sir?
in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world.
What?
I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not
The
have her
right of a
government
woman to
tell her
get
what
fucked.
to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA,
As
I
a
was an attorney
prostitute,
general,
as a
United States
prostitute.
senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat?
I don't believe
The
you.
only thing I ever asked them, are you okay?
Bullshit.
And that's the
Are
kind
you
of
okay?
president
And
we
did
need
you
right
have
now.
5 grams of
Someone
weed?
who cares about you.
Did you
and
have
not only
relations
themselves,
with
but
that
first.
man?
I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
She knows
President
what she
Trump?
did.
I don't
So
feel
she just
very
started by saying
invested in.
she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border.
Right.
They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our
Get her,
country
DJ.
for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they laugh. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
Good night.
All right, fellas, what do you think? I think it was a bunch of fucking garbage. Personally.
You know, it wasn't the sparks and fires that I anticipated, but it was pretty much expected.
It was a big letdown. I wanted to
Well,
see
what makes it
I wanted to see hellfire and brimstone.
Trump's a lot more reserved. He's focusing on the points more, and he's not personal attacking like he was in 2016.
Yeah,
And
the
I think that's a
personal
good
attack
thing.
score actually ended up being, like I said, it was 13-2 on Kamala led. And the reason why I brought that up is I knew that since she was the one bringing the issue to Bay, that she was going to be the one that broke it.
Oh, she also said near the end, he disrespects our military. That's 14.
Right. All I know is,
I mean, I feel like nobody won because both sides got what they wanted. Like the right got a solid debate where Trump hammered in the points that they wanted to hear, and Kamala's people got the TikTok clips they wanted.
right.
But yeah, shout out to Kamala's team for putting her on whatever drugs made her do that.
Right. Because it was unexpected. It's a horrible show in my
Yeah,
nobody really answered any questions as far as what they were going to do.
Of course, and that's what debates are nowadays. It's weird.
It is weird, man.
I don't know what she was doing. She had points where she kind of like, it was so vague. It was obvious she was doing like this female act. Like, did you notice for a second she was going to call him and look at this former president? Like, girl, I want to call him something else, but gotta keep professional. Like she's doing all like these subtle mannerisms. Like all these feminine mannerisms that are just perfect for TikTok clips.
Well, question: do you think that they're going to have another debate?
Absolutely not.
This will be the only one. I'm surprised they had this one.
Yeah, it would be a pleasant surprise.
Didn't they used to have like 5 debates?
I think it was
and they
3.
They were sit down, and they were long form, and they had to answer the questions.
Right. I mean, the best a politician can answer a question. Because I've never known a politician to ever answer a question straightforward, ever in my life.
There's a couple.
Oh, such a fucking poor display. Poor display. We're the laughing stock of the world right now.
Yeah, they just the same Trump as 2016 and 2020, but with like some weird manufactured TikTok candidate.
Well, there is a specific reason, and that's because everybody in the world is watching us. Is everybody in the world watching Nigeria? Is everybody in the world watching Hungary or Indonesia?
Everybody in the world is hungry.
Or El Salvador. Oh, everybody in the world ain't hungry yet.
Yeah, Colin Quinn said in his special today, he was like, if there's a civil war in America, it's going to be the first time you ever see fat refugees.
Oh, shit. That's so foul. I don't even know how I feel about that fucking joke, even though it's true and funny as hell. I mean, we are the only country in the world that has fat homeless people.
Yeah, and he's just like, you're going to see refugees in like band t-shirts and sandals carrying coolers.
Wearing koofies.
No, that was foul.
Oh, man. We are such a horrible nation.
I mean, it's clearly declined. There's no question about that. And last 3 years, pretty accelerated, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, the decline in America has accelerated at like warp speed right now. I think we're at warp 9. I think there's only like 12 or maybe 15 drives in the warp drive.
Aren't we like a couple years away from the 250 mark?
250 mark.
250
Yeah.
years.
Yes, sir. This is actually 248 this year.
Yeah. 76.
So the 250 year anniversary is 2 years away. We will be alive to celebrate it, sir. Will the country be alive? Will the country still be around though?
That's terrifying. It's so terrifying because if it goes a certain way and we collapse, like 250 years is a blink of an eye in history.
I just missed being born on the 200th anniversary by about 3 years.
Yeah, but you got rewarded with that 4th of July, baby.
I don't know if that's a reward or a fucking punishment or fucking revenge for something I did in a prior life or somebody I pissed off that died. Son of a bitch. She's a handful, dude.
Maybe she's like fucking James Madison reincarnated.
I don't know who the fuck she is reincarnated, but god damn, she's a bossy little thing. And her older sister, bless her heart. Look, her older sister, she's a sweetheart, but she isn't. Look, Mikey is very intelligent, and you can tell that Vivian is going to, follow along with that. And Lily just isn't up to speed with them. I have a feeling that she's going to be a little slower.
What does it? So do Mikey and them like kind of like secondhand talk shit about her?
No, they don't do that. But like she's 4 going on 5 in May, and we still can't get her potty trained, dude. She like refuses to go in the toilet. She does. She won't make. She doesn't make. She does. Yes, she knows how.
Okay, so she's just.
We've actually, dude. We took the time and went like weeks on end trying to use timers and everything. At this point, I've just told her. I said, once your pull-ups run out, we're not buying no more. You're putting underwear on, and you're going to see what it's like to feel a turd run down your leg.
That's appropriate, actually.
I mean, that's the only thing I can think of doing. You're going to piss your pants, and you're going to fucking feel it in your socks.
Yep, and you're not going to be able to wear those socks for a week.
But she's a good kid. She's sweet. She's polite. She says please and thank you for everything. She does the best about trying to talk. She ain't the best communicator. But, yeah, she's like our own personal little Kelly Bundy.
I'm sorry, are you talking about your daughter or the vice president?
No, my daughter, my middle daughter. She's like me and the wife's own personal little Kelly Bundy. That I swear to God, that's what she's going to be.
Jesus. So what's Mikey? Do you know about her?
No, Mikey would be Grandmaster B. Mikey's got potential. I mean, Lily's got potential too. Like I said, it's just she isn't picking things up at the same speed that, like, Mikey was even talking already at like just a little over a year old. You know what I'm saying? He was already making words before he was a year old.
So that means he's left-brained. He's got a knack for.
He's really, he's really intelligent. He pays attention. Like, he can pick up algorithms and patterns real fast.
Yep.
And I used to be the same way. That's why I was real good at video games.
Did he have a project at the science fair?
Do what?
Did that science fair you go to?
It wasn't a science fair. It was it was Science Central. It's basically like Indiana's version of COSI.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, that's really good for him.
And there's so much shit in there. What was neat about it was everything in there was a puzzle. Like every little station that you stopped at, there was a puzzle where you had to solve the puzzle or answer specific questions in order to find out, get the value of what it was you were looking at. It was fun, man.
Right.
Me and him are definitely going to go back.
That's a good model because you have to actually learn it and practice to move on.
Yeah, but there were some fucking people up there. Like, there were some dads up there, they looked like they were annoyed to be up there with their kids. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, I mean,
you get to go into a place where you get to do experiments and shit with your kid.
Right, you get to fuck around with baking soda and shit. Like, what's
what the fuck is wrong with you?
You should be in the fucking.
Your kid gets to disassemble someone else's shit and not be able to put it back together instead of yours for a change.
Right, and even for you, it's like, I mean, that's like a adult Toys R Us. I mean, you just fuck around with shit.
I guess some people aren't always. Not all people are into science and shit, and you know, like Mikey's really into STEM. He gets this. What is it? It's not scratch. He gets this box. I forget what it's called, what kind of box it's called, but he gets one every month where it's a engineering program for kids, where they get a box and they have to put it together, and it teaches them engineering and all that shit.
Yeah. Is he like Legos?
He used to be real big into Legos. We bought him so many of those fucking Lego Mario things when they were real big. Like, he's got the fucking almost the whole first world that was out. He's got Mario's castle. He's got Bowser's ship.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Yeah, that was back when he was an only child, though. Well, when Lily was like a baby, and it didn't matter how much money we spent on her, you know. But yeah, he used to get whatever he wanted, damn near.
Is he the oldest?
Yeah, he's 9 years old, dude.
Hell yeah.
Yep. He's a pretty good kid. He's doing all right. I ain't mad at him.
Yeah, I'm sure, knowing what I know about Generation X, you probably weren't up to the greatest things at 9.
You what?
knowing what I know about Generation X, you probably weren't up to the greatest things at age 9.
Oh no, dude! By the time I was 9 years old,
smoking your first Newport.
By the time I was 9, that's it right there. I was already smoking my grandpa's non-filters, trying to steal my parents' weed, drinking beer. I think I came home drunk from an Oktoberfest, my first Oktoberfest when I was 9. My mom was livid.
I don't know what it is. Like, Generation X just started so early for some reason.
Yeah, it's because we didn't have no fucking parental guidance, bro.
Yeah, the boomers were at the disco.
They were all at the fucking bar getting drunk and left us at home with their fucking personal bars. What were we supposed to do? Actually be good kids? You got to know what. Yeah. You got to be directed on how to be good first.
No, I feel you, because if I was that age and I had access to alcohol and all I needed was a note to buy cigarettes, I'd probably, yeah.
Dude, my mom was so fucking pissed off when she found out that the stores in town were selling me cigarettes, and they had to look at her and say, "But ma'am, you're the reason why we sell him cigarettes. We would have never started selling him cigarettes if you would have never started sending notes for him to buy cigarettes."
Yeah, every Gen Xer tells me about this, and I'm just like, wait, so the store owners just assumed that, like, children couldn't write?
Yes, dude. You know how many times I wrote notes for myself and signed my mom's name to them?
And see, that's what I'm saying. That's like a felony crime, and you guys were like doing it at 8 and 9.
Right. I mean, dude, I learned how to forge my mom's signature by the time I was in like 2nd or 3rd grade. I had that shit down to a fucking, it was perfect. Carbon copy of her fucking signature.
But it was for report cards.
Report cards, demerit slips, detention slips, suspension slips. That's what it started out for.
I'm going to get some dinner started, folks. I'll be back in just a little bit.
If I'm still up here, I might get some sleep, man, because I'm tired and I've been up all day too. I made meatloaf today, though. It was pretty good. Pretty damn good. Oh, shit. Well, yeah, this was it was basically like the first debate with Biden and fucking Trump.
It was more boring than that.
I agree. And they asked every question we predicted.
Like we're just reading the second chapter of the script at this point.
Right. The mods interrupted a total of 7 times. Project 2025 was mentioned 4 times.
Yeah, I took 4 shots.
Oh no, the actual personal attacks, I didn't even add those to it. I mean, every time she opened her mouth, it was a personal attack.
Yeah, was it 14-2, 14-3,
14-2, 13-2. It was insane, And like I said, I found it interesting that she said, "You guys, you need to stop lying and start telling the truth." When she was up there lying and not telling the truth herself about anything, being very hyperbolic about shit.
Well, and she has the ability to accuse her opponent of whatever she's guilty of, because all she needs is the clicks. All she needs is the female mannerisms, and they'll be like, "Girl, got that convicted felon."
Yeah, but how many? I have yet to have a discussion or debate with anybody that actually knows what he was convicted of. That can give me one fucking charge that he was charged with.
It's a myriad of accusations. It's like a multiple get spell cast.
Well, most of them are all really should have been things that his accountant was charged with. For one, but he's getting charged with them.
Or like maybe the bank should be charged with if they're accepting fraudulent claims.
Well, not only that, Red, but in any other circumstance, all these things would be fucking misdemeanors that he's being charged with as felonies.
Yeah, but
because they all have to do with like irregularities in his taxes, mislabeling of funds, paperwork not filed properly. It's shit like that is what most of the fucking 37 charges are.
If you just use your brain and think about it, it's not hard to imagine he wouldn't be facing any of these charges right now if he wasn't running.
Oh, absolutely. Apparently, even Snoop's endorsing Trump now.
Oh, it's over. Snoop, 50, Kodak Black.
That's going to be the whole ninja vote right there. That's the 3 wise men.
That's the 3 kings. Yeah, and it seems like there's that for the Democrats too. The Tulsi, Elon, and RFK thing.
So, was you listening to Truism stream the other night?
I'm not sure. What was the topic? I probably was.
I forget what the topic was. I just know it was me and more so me and fucking Pastor, but me, Pastor, and Cyber are all going at it, and it was one of the most racist fucking smoke shows I've ever listened to in my life.
I've never heard Cyber get that mad.
Hey, dude! And then the next day, I hopped up on I went over to his channel for the stream that he fucking had. It was on that panel. It was great.
I wasn't mad. He can't hurt me. He's not talking about me. He's talking about his ideas of me and showing how prejudiced he is. What I was doing was joining in the shit flinging and the chimping out and knowing
crashing out.
Right, the whole time, knowing that when you argue with stupid, you're going to be beat by someone who has more experience. And knowing that outcome and being perfectly fine with it, I just went ahead and engaged. One reason because I felt like it, another reason because he was going to do that with someone, right? And I figured that I would take a turn, you know, at being the target.
Yeah, but he didn't want you. He kept coming at me, man.
Well, what would it have been like if it had just been between you and him? It would have gotten more personal instead of.
If you notice, I only went as far as he went.
Well, I mean, even still, he still went fucking nuts. He still got really triggered.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying with my racial slurs, I only went as heavy as he did, though. I only matched force with force. Because I could have got, dude. You know, I could have said a whole lot worse shit.
Yeah, and it's best to hold your cracker tongue in a lot of these situations.
Well, it wasn't that I was holding my cracker tongue. It's just I don't want to give all my fucking great insults out in like one debate.
Right.
You know, I need to save some back and you know to use for like atomic bomb drops, shit that people ain't expecting to come out of my mouth.
But in a situation like that, someone who wins the shit flinging contest, what is the prize?
Your king shit flinger,
Randy.
Right. So
you end up you win a Sharknado.
That's why I was saying things like, "Oh, I'm laying down right now." You know? Oh, it was fucking hilarious watching and observing who did and did not chimp out when I mentioned how I live off of $1,500 a month.
Oh, that was hilarious.
It's like, wow, do you not know how to live minimally, you know, and not live outside of your means?
You're a broke bitch.
Right. I didn't say I only earn $1,500 a month, but somebody brought up my 750 credit score. No, I think they would probably start me out at something like 480 or whatever it is when you start out and don't have a credit score.
Dude, if you ain't got one that's lower than that, bro.
Yeah.
It shows you how much I know about it.
Because me and the wife started out at like 250.
You know how much? You know how much I have to pay a month on interest for credit cards? $0.
Nobody has to pay interest on credit cards if they pay back everything they use the following month.
Well, you know how much money I have to spend on credit card bills? $0. You know how much I have to spend on late fees? $0. You know how much I spend on
Lottie fucking da to you.
You know how much I spend on natural gas? $0.
I don't spend anything on natural gas either. I don't spend nothing for trash pickup. I don't spend nothing for water or sewage. Only thing I pay for as far as utilities go is electric and internet.
Yeah. Well,
that's it.
I'm lucky. I'm lucky.
Wait, who pays for the rest of it?
What do you mean? I have well water. I don't have city water.
Oh,
trash,
okay.
The trash I burn.
What about gas?
The gas, I got tired of the gas bill and switched to electric.
Not bad.
Somebody
you found a way to make your pookie ways possible.
I did, man. Look, I live. There's ways to hustle, even the fucking bills, dude. I'm telling you. And the less bills you got, the better off you are, right?
Yeah, true that.
You know, so our bills, you know, we have a loan payment, a credit card payment, rent bill, electric bill. We have the fucking internet bill and a food bill. And gas for the vehicles. But those are the only like expenses that we have.
That ain't bad at all.
The only thing that he said that got close to bothering me was when he said I'm an atheist. And the only reason he said I was an atheist because I used the Lord's name in vain.
Oh, you talking about pastor?
Yeah. Yeah. And it was after I had told him that all his words, his mouth, his mama, all the shit he's trying to pull, the fallacies or whatever. I forget exactly what I said, but I told him it doesn't mean a goddamn thing to me. And he's like, oh, see, he just took the Lord's name in vain.
Well, hey, man, I'm going to get something to eat, too, and go take a shower, dude. I'm bounce off here, man. You can end it when you guys are done.
But Pasta knows for a fact that I'm not an atheist. I've had a conversation with him about what I believe and why.
Well, do you think he'll let you back on a panel again?
I've rarely been to any of his panels.
I think you should hop on another one because I feel like.
Well, he hopped up on Truism's panel.
Yeah.
And I could tell when he got up there. I could tell when he got up there that it was the drunk Pasta. Drunk Pasta is incoherent and funny as fuck, but
crashing out.
Yeah, but sober Pasta is a really cool dude. It's
yeah,
really
I think I've
weird.
subscribed to him.
It's like a flip side kind of thing.
You see Two-Face.
Yeah. So it's like,
All
oh,
right, man. I'm gonna hop off of here real quick.
Okay.
It was good chopping it up. Good debate. Not a horrible debate, pretty much as expected, but no smoke. It was a good sleep aid, though.
Yeah. Well, I got dinner cooking, and that's going to be done in maybe about 10 minutes. Of course, I don't even know if I could ramble on for 10 minutes with a total of 0 eyes watching. Or maybe StreamYards is lying. I don't know. But maybe we'll just read a little bit more of this Project 2025 PDF. Okay, so party leaders negotiate one multi-trillion-dollar spending bill, kind of like what Kamala Harris was accusing Trump of killing, $120 billion, and half of it going to Ukraine, and they call it the border security bill, but just because Ukraine means border. That's silly. Multi-trillion-dollar spending bill, several thousand pages long, and then vote on it before anyone literally has had a chance to read it. Debate time is restricted, amendments are prohibited, and all of this is backed up against a midnight deadline with the previous omnibus spending bill will run out and the federal government shuts down. Yeah, they're always trying to threaten people with government shutdown. If we can't come to an agreement, well, basically they're just saying, if you don't agree with us, if you refuse to agree with us, we're all just going to sit on our hands and do nothing. Kind of like what some of the doctors are doing when a woman has medical complications that occur naturally, or sometimes even if they induce a miscarriage with abortion pills, and doctors will sit on their hands and say, oh, they're not allowing us to do anything to treat you because they'll throw us in jail for, for violating the legislation, the new legislation, the Trump's anti-abortion bills that have been passed. So once again, violating their Hippocratic oath to do no harm through action or inaction, refusing to treat women that need it. just a whole bunch of fear mongering on that. I was thinking about doing a live stream on it. Anyway, this process is not designed to empower 33 million American citizens and their elected representatives, but rather to empower the party elites secretly negotiating without any public scrutiny or oversight. That's the administrative state for you. In the end, congressional leaders' behavior and incentives here are no different from those global elitists insulating policy decisions over the climate, trade, public health, you name it, from the sovereignty of the national electorates. Public scrutiny and democratic accountability make life harder for policymakers, so they skirt. It's not dysfunction, it's corruption. And despite its gaudy price tag, the federal budget is not even close to the worst example of this corruption. That distinction belongs to the administrative state, the dismantling of which must be a top priority for the next conservative president. They forgot the word be, must be a top priority for the next conservative president. The term administrative state refers to the policy-making work done by the bureaucracies of all the federal government's department agencies. All the federal government's departments, agencies, and millions of employees. Under Article 1 of the Constitution, all legislative powers herein shall be granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and a House of Representatives. That is, federal law is enacted only by elected legislators in both houses of Congress. This exclusive authority was part of the framers' doctrine of separated powers. They not only split the federal government's legislative, executive, and judicial powers into different branches, they also gave each branch checks over the others. Under our Constitution, the legislative branch, Congress, is far and away the most powerful and correspondingly the most accountable to the people. In recent decades, members of the House and Senate discovered that if they give away that power to the Article 2 branch of government, they can also deny responsibility for its actions. So today in Washington, most policy is no longer set by Congress at all, but by the administrative state. Given the choice between being powerful but vulnerable or irrelevant but famous, most members of Congress have chosen the latter. Congress passes intentionally vague laws that delegate decision-making over a given issue to a federal agency. That agency's bureaucrats, not just unelected, but seemingly unfireable, then leap at the chance to fill that vacuum created by Congress's preening cowardice. The federal government is growing larger and less constitutionally accountable, even to the president, every year. So I'm going to look up something. Pull that down real quick. I'm going to look up something that came from the Heritage Foundation. But I need to find that on my YouTube history. So that's going to take a minute. We'll see here. Search for Heritage Foundation. And it was live streamed. Let's see if I can find that. Oh man, so I'm not prepared to even share this. I got an idea what I can share in the meantime. Kill the silence here while I search for this.
Other public ministers.
Oh, sharing the wrong tab.
I want to start by reading you the appointment clause of the Constitution. Article 2, Section 2, Clause 6 states, the president shall nominate and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States, whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for, and which shall be established by law. Are U.S. attorneys nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate according to this appointments clause?
They are appointed by the president, confirmed by the Senate.
Wouldn't you agree that U.S. attorneys are held to the appointments clause because they are delegated some part of the sovereign power of the United States, such as the ability to make indictments and charge individuals with crimes?
I would say that those are not the reasons why, and a court has already ruled on the question of whether special counsels are subject to the appointments clause in the Mueller case, and ruled that they were not. Was
Jack Smith nominated by President Biden or confirmed by the U.S. Senate?
You're asking me about a case again. Motions filed.
This is a simple question.
No, I'm not.
Was Jack Smith nominated by President Biden?
No, he was not.
Was he confirmed by the Senate?
No, he was not.
When was the special counsel statute passed?
There is no special counsel statute. There was an independent counsel statute that was expired.
So it expired. So what gives you the authority to appoint a special counsel? You've created an office in the U.S. government that does not exist without authorization from Congress.
There are regulations under which the Attorney General appoints special counsel in effect for 30 years, maybe longer, under both parties. The matter that you're talking about whether somebody can have an employee of the Justice Department serve as special counsel has been adjudicated.
You appealed, let me interrupt for a second, because you appealed to a regulation, a rule, whereas the Constitution says shall be established by law.
Yeah, the statutes.
Right, the statute, but you referred to a regulation, not to U.S. code.
May I answer? The regulation cites the two U.S. code provisions that permit the Attorney General's appointment. Attorney General Barr cited to the same ones.
Are you familiar?
Even Attorney General Meese did that.
All right. Are you familiar with former Attorney General Meese's amicus brief?
No.
You're not.
I know that he's filed one because I read it in the newspapers, but otherwise I'm not familiar with it. But
well, he raises some good questions that I in there. It seems like you've created an office that would require an act of Congress, yet there's not an act of Congress that authorizes that. And even if it didn't require an act of Congress, and you've already admitted it, there was no act of Congress that established this office, it would still require, according to the Constitution, a nomination by the president and confirmation by the Senate.
See, that's what we get from the administrative state. They defer to their experts. They create different offices, and people aren't able to vote them out because we don't even vote for them in the first place. So anybody who's able to understand that, you look back knowing that this Chevron deference that was used as precedent for all of this, under the guise of things like the Clean Air Act and hug a tree, save the economy shit, it was used as a backdoor to allow these agencies and their experts like Fauci to be able to reinterpret law. And Congress got lazy. They started making it easier on themselves, shirking responsibility, and doing the hard work of making the decisions as far as what laws they were going to enact or put into place. And they didn't really tie the Supreme Court's hands. They just sidestepped them and turned things over to the executive branch in such a way that they were then, the executive branch was then holding the pen and the sword. And that's how you get yourself on the road to dictatorship. And what I want to share here is something that they had during the RNC, see, the Heritage Policy Fest. And this guy really breaks down the administrative state, what they do, why they're able to do it. And this is what has the elites and the bureaucrats and the puppet masters, well, they're not really puppet masters, they're puppets themselves. Money and lust control them. But this is what has all of those people so up in arms and frantic about Project 2025. I didn't see anything in there about a Christian nationalism. But I did see something about disempowering the administrative state. And they just can't have that. Hopefully everybody saw the way they freaked out when the Chevron deference was overruled. Sotomayor and Ketanji Brown Jackson in the Supreme Court were against it. Or they were for the Chevron doctrine staying in place. They were against it being overruled, trying to scare everyone into thinking that the Supreme Court was going to have some kind of supreme rulership over the American people. That didn't work. And it shouldn't. The Supreme Court interprets the law and decides if it is in accordance with the Constitution. The executive branch is supposed to enforce the law. Congress writes the law. And that's how you have the separation of powers. But when somebody has the power of the pen and the sword, and they're using people that aren't even elected or even appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate, then the population begins to feel like their vote doesn't even matter, because at that point, it really doesn't. The executive branch being able to do whatever it wants to do, regardless of what Congress or the rest of our elected representatives have to say, that's exactly why people have been feeling like their vote doesn't matter. And they've been doing a whole bunch of stagecraft and theatrics, distracting people from what's really going on and where the power over our country actually resides. And it's with the people. It's not the president. The president isn't a dictator. He's not a king. But we're definitely going to see some dictatorship if the Democrats have anything to do with it, anything to say about it. That's why they have to call themselves the Democrats, so everybody just automatically believes that they're for the people. They have to call our country a democracy so that they can fearmonger about it and say, we're going to lose our democracy. It's their democracy. It's not even democracy. It's borderline tyranny. But listen to this for a while. And Snowman, if you're listening and don't want me to play this, let me know. It's from that Heritage Foundation. These bad guys.
Thank you. So we're here to talk a bit about the administrative state. And I really like talking about the administrative state, but we had some big stuff happening this weekend. So I'm just curious if you can tell us where you were when you heard the news about what happened on Saturday and what your initial thoughts were.
My wife and I were at home. We were preparing to meet up with our kids to go out to dinner, and my phone started blowing up. My friend Jason Chaffetz sent me a text saying, turn on the TV, just turn it on now, just turn it on now. And that's what happened. This is tragic.
Yeah. Well, you have been a strong ally of President Trump, but you and I both were not sure how conservative he would be and had some concerns about him when he first came on the stage. What do you think he showed in that moment? Like, what did you think that showed about his character, the way he handled being shot and in that moment?
It brought out in him really what is the best of him, the essence of what has made him a potent messenger for reform, his moral clarity and his moral courage and his willingness to stand up against great odds. That came out in spades.
Yeah, it was really just remarkable to, I mean, I keep on thinking about it, and it's just truly a stunning moment that we're living through. And it was, I think we're all probably thinking a lot about how close we came to a much different scenario for the country, for the Republican Party, for the conservative movement, for everybody. It's just, we have a lot to be thankful to God for, I think, in this moment.
A lot to be thankful for, and you know, we should continue to keep him in our country in our prayers, because on the one hand, yes, they failed, and on the one they failed to end President Trump's life. Now, tragically, they took the life of a brave, heroic soul, a fire chief who was protecting his daughters, who died, you know, literally shielding others, his family members, from bullets.
Yeah, Corey Campari, which is just, it's been beautiful to read the tributes to him too. Okay, so what a couple of days. We also got this news this morning that Judge Eileen Cannon, the federal judge in Florida, has dismissed the classified documents case against President Trump.
And the reason they did that was mostly due to the fact that was pointed out in the previous video that Jack Smith was not nominated by President Biden, nor was he confirmed by the Senate. When I first uploaded that video before I got my last channel nuked, that video it was going on 3,000 views within 3 days. It's the most viewed video I had ever uploaded. When I re-uploaded it to this channel, it's got like 105, something like that. They put my new channel on a shadow ban real quick.
And interestingly enough, it was on the grounds. I believe I haven't gotten to read anything yet, so I'm excited to read more about this. But I believe it was on the grounds that the Jack Smith appointment as special prosecutor was illegal.
Yes.
And this is something that Justice Clarence Thomas had raised in his recent, was it a concurrence? Yeah. In raising concerns about whether the appointment of special counsels is constitutional. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that issue. I don't know if you got to read Justice Thomas's concurrence.
Yeah, I did read his concurring opinion. I haven't had the chance yet to read this morning's court ruling from Florida. But I will say this, it's with good reason that the Constitution limits who can do what in the executive branch pretty aggressively. I mean, to have a significant pivotal role in the executive branch government, normally you need to be operating as someone who was appointed by the president, who's been confirmed by the Senate, and who also serves at the pleasure of the president. And it's with good reason that the Constitution limits that power, that somebody who couldn't take a job like that and carry out, because remember, the president of the United States is in effect the living embodiment of the entire executive branch. And it's important to have a connection of accountability, because it's the president who is accountable to the people. And if you don't have that, you've got a problem.
So on that note, we've heard a lot from President Biden since the assassination attempt on President Trump's life. He's given speeches and been on TV, and he is calling for unity. I'm wondering what you think about his calls for unity and how they should be interpreted.
This is one of my pet peeves in politics, and you see it elsewhere to a degree. But my general rule of thumb is that when someone is speaking from a position of immense power, as he certainly is, a call for unity, unless it's accompanied by a description, an explanation, a formula, a prescription for how you get to unity, something that actually can and does tend to unify people. If you don't have that, then it's manipulation. It's a passive-aggressive backdoor way of saying, everyone unite behind me. Now, I think he had a real missed opportunity, because he could have. I think this is the kind of moment where a president of the United States can and let's all get united at least around a couple of things. And here's what those things are. And here's what I'm going to do for my part in order to do that. I think that could have helped. Now, I have thought, and I thought since moments after the shooting took place, that one of the ways he could stop, I think everybody can agree that it'd be good to find ways in which we bring down the temperature a little bit. I think one way that he could have done that would have been to signal that he was directing Jack Smith to withdraw the federal prosecutions against Trump, and that he was going to make requests of the governors of New York and Georgia for them to do the same. I think that's the kind of thing, the unifying principle, is saying, here's what we should unite behind, and here's what I'm personally going to do to get there. It's a missed opportunity that didn't go down that direction.
Yeah, I keep on thinking, I mean, we all know how politics is, and all's fair in politics, love and war.
It's all fair. Oh, yes.
But, and you definitely have like heated rhetoric from a lot of people. You'll hear Donald Trump call Joe Biden Sleepy Joe. And you hear Joe Biden say that all conservatives are a threat to the republic, or a threat to democracy, a genuine threat, a literal threat, that they are seeking to destroy America, to destroy all of our freedoms. And so
that really doesn't make much sense, unless you're trying to include people who aren't actually conservative, because a conservation is the opposite of a destruction. What conservatives are a threat to is not conserving America. If they're really being conservative, instead of just calling themselves conservative. what conservatism is a threat to is liberalism. Traditional conservatism and modern liberalism are create a dialectical concept, but someone is not required to choose one or the other. You don't have to be one or the other out of anything. That's what we call an affordance trap. For example, if somebody says if you disagree with abortion, then you must be okay with people throwing their baby in a dumpster. Well, no, I'm actually not okay with either one of those. You don't get to just say I have to choose one or the other. But anyway, conservatism is opposed to liberalism. It's not opposed to our country. People who are actually being conservative aren't trying to destroy. It's absolutely ridiculous that anybody would try to claim that or believe the claim. It's ridiculous.
So in addition to what you suggested, I think he personally should address the extremely awful and inappropriate rhetoric that has been coming from him. You might remember that red wedding speech that he gave where he said that all Republicans were a threat to the Republic. This is very serious stuff that's unbecoming of a president. And I understand that they insult, and certainly Donald Trump insults, but there's a manner in how you insult too that is really important.
The red wedding speech. Okay, I just cut the.
Yeah, do you remember with
paints a great image,
the Marines on his side, and it was red in the back, and he was saying that we needed to do whatever it took to destroy half the country. So
nothing says I'm not a fascist quite like speaking against a backdrop like that and threatening to imprison your political opponents.
But just speaking completely apolitically, I just want to put an exclamation point on what you just said, Senator Lee, because the use of our courts to go after political opponents, yes, that has political ramifications. It might be helping the Democrat Party or hurting the Democrat Party. But what it does to the country is there's no way you can defend using courts to go after political opponents. It's what we associate with the Soviet Union, with Venezuela, with third world countries, not our country. And it's not just Jack Smith, who is under Joe Biden's authority, who is doing this, but really there are municipalities and places throughout the country that are using courts to settle political differences. And I do think that if people truly want to preserve the republic and tone down, lower the temperature, they would immediately, as in by the end of today, stop all of those cases.
Immediately. And in fact, just a few weeks ago, my wife Sharon and I were in a couple of Latin American countries. And in both countries, we heard from their leaders, this is not the sort of thing we expect from the United States.
Right.
And it's the sort of thing that if we did, we would expect to be sanctioned by the United States for doing what was just done to President Trump. And the other thing they said, one of the head of state, this is a private conversation, so I'm not going to communicate, exactly who it was. But he said, look, we are supposed to be following your lead, not you following our lead. And that's what's happening.
Amen. Okay, so we're here to talk about the administrative state. We're a very educated group here. I'm certainly, I know everything there is about the administrative state. But could you give us what is the administrative state?
That's probably,
dummies, in case
that's probably where I should have started it.
Doesn't know exactly what's going on there.
Yep. Here's the simplest way of thinking of it. In your junior high civics class, you learned about the three branches of government. You've got the legislative branch, which in our federal system is Congress, makes the laws. You got the executive branch, headed by the president, enforces the laws, or it's supposed to. And you've got the judicial branch, that interprets the laws. Where people disagree about what it means, you've got to go to somebody who can say, yeah, this is what that means, and then you can move forward. By far, the most dangerous of those three powers and of those three branches is the legislative branch. We know that for a number of reasons, both because it's the most critical in terms of government deciding what government is going to do. But you also know it because the founding fathers put the most guardrails around that. They gave that lawmaking power only elected lawmakers, the branch of government most accountable to the people at the most regular intervals. You can fire all 435 members of the House every 2 years. You can fire a third of the members of the Senate every 2 years. That's why it's there. The administrative state is a type of quasi-fourth branch that exists technically within the executive branch, but it functions almost as a super legislative branch. And here's how it works. Starting in the late 1930s, when Congress got a whole lot of additional power, in part because the Supreme Court reimagined what regulating interstate commerce consists of, Congress found itself newly possessed of power to regulate labor, manufacturing, agriculture, mining, health, safety, and welfare, and a bunch of other stuff that they had never had before, untethered from military or, District of Columbia or something like that. US government didn't touch those things. All of a sudden it could. So Congress started passing platitudes instead of laws. We shall have good law in area X, and we hereby delegate to commission or department or agency Y the power to make and interpret and enforce good laws in area X. So think of it this way. We shall have fair trade practices in the United States. Congress passes a law that says that. And we hereby give the Federal Trade Commission the power to make and interpret and enforce their own law. So little by little, this moved forward. Some more familiar examples. We shall have clean air, and we hereby give the EPA the power to decide what clean air is, what pollution is, how much you can pollute before we fine you and throw you in prison, and what kind of pollution is more tolerable or less tolerable than others. You've got the law being made by unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats who work in these executive branch agencies. Now, to put it in perspective, Molly, I've got these two monuments to law in my office. Anytime you're in Washington, come by room 361A of the Senate Russell office building. I've got a short stack of documents which consists of the laws passed by Congress last year, usually a few hundred to a few thousand pages. The other stack is about 100,000 pages, and it consists of the executive branch agency, the administrative state laws, what we call the Federal Register, the cumulative annual index of all these laws that come about 100,000 pages. Now, those laws could put you in prison if you don't obey them. They can fine you millions of dollars. They can shut down your business. And yet they're written not by elected lawmakers, but by men and women not of your own choosing. That's a problem. That's the administrative state. That's why it's so dangerous. And that's why I've made it my life's mission to dismantle it.
So that was Senator Mike Lee. And he definitely explained it better than I could. I thought I was starting it at the right place, where she said we're going to talk about the administrative state. And it turns out that there's a good bit of extra, just chit-chatting in there that I forgot about. But I might have to cut that and upload it to my channel just as it is. Maybe add some subtitles. I don't know if Snowman's going to be coming back or not. I forget if he said that he wasn't. I hate to end the stream if he's planning on coming back. At this point, I mean, there's not anybody watching anyway. Probably won't be too many people get this far on the replay either. And I have no idea how to open the list for all his clips to find his outro. Because I only see a short list of them right now. This is a pretty funny clip.
Oh, you can't throw nobody else on the team, no dick? See, that's that bullshit.
Bitch, ain't nobody about to throw you no dick while you out here smelling like a hot NBA locker room during double overtime in the 6th game. You've been wearing that sweater since September 1969.
Fuck you, Fred.
You fucking wish, you musky mushroom goblin bitch.
I don't really have an option to end the stream anyway. Whoever's out there watching, maybe you got a suggestion, something we could look at. Or maybe I'll share this.
Party platforms are no longer statements of genuine political ideology, but a compromised and amended mishmash of glittering phrases without meaning. And what little meaning may appear to be there is certainly no obstacle to the politicians who supposedly endorse the platform. Once they're elected, they do exactly what they please anyway. Political platforms are a farce.
Uh-oh. A farce. You don't say. Well, I got a 10-minute video that I've uploaded to my channel that I'm going to share. And if Snowman's not back by then, I ain't really got anything else, unless I can think of something within the next 10 minutes. But this is something that I took from that same lecture that G. Edward Griffin gave back in 1969. Was called More Deadly Than War, The Communist Revolution in America. And these are cuts from that lecture. I called it Transition to Tyranny.
The communists can never hope to come to power over the entire United States through a so-called national liberation of a minority population. They can capture a large portion of it, and they can create an awful lot of chaos and destruction everywhere else. But to take the country as a whole will require an entirely different approach. The violent revolution becomes of primary value to the communists to the extent to which it can be used to condition the masses psychologically to accept the non-violent revolution, which is offered supposedly as the only alternative. Hoping to avoid further violence and bloodshed, the public is to be pressured into accepting measures that will move the country gradually and legally toward communism, but without calling it that. The strategy of the proletarian revolution calls for the quiet conversion of our government into a communist regime, but under the banner of socialism. The new program of the Communist Party on this subject has this to say. The term socialism describes but the first stage of a new society that in its full development is called communism. Socialism is a transitional stage. Well, the important question, though, is why do the communists promote socialism? Is it merely because they honestly believe that it's a necessary transitional stage to some higher, more perfect form of society? I don't think so. I doubt very much if the communist leaders believe their own fairy tale. And I'm sure they're not so naive as to believe that their present super state is ever really going to wither away. But they promote socialism just the same because they know that socialism, by definition, means control over people. If the government owns and controls all property, all means of production, and all avenues of commerce, then it controls all people. If we're dependent upon the government for our food, our clothing, our shelter, our jobs, our medical care, then we're far more effectively controlled by those who hold political power than if they stood over us with soldiers and weapons.
Think about what he just said in relation to the administrative state and what they've been doing. They've been slow boiling us like frogs in a pot, taking more and more control over the people by luring people into socialism. Creating problems with the promise of fixing those problems if they could just get a little more power. And then they'll use that little more power to fix a little bit of the problems in front of everybody very conspicuously, while at the same time causing even more problems inconspicuously, so that you continue to vote for them. You know, much like what we're seeing right now with Kamala under the Biden administration, running for president, telling us how she's going to fix everything, while she's already there. And if they've ruled Biden to be incompetent, you know, if he's not fit to run for president, how is he fit to be president? And if he's not fit to be president, then that means Kamala is basically the one that could have control over what that administration says or does. So why aren't they doing anything right now? Because they want you to vote for him again.
There are many men who are physically brave beyond any question when it comes to standing up against a tyranny that threatens with armies. Some of them carry the actual scars of battle to prove it. But when it comes to this new kind of war, they're lost to the fight. When there is no battlefield, when the weapons are not rifles or bombs, but economic pressures, then who is your enemy? How do you fight? Where do you begin? It's precisely for these reasons that any modern dictatorship must have control over the economic sphere of all human activity. This was true of Nazism, it was true of fascism, it's true of communism, and it's also true of socialism, regardless of what name we give it. Total government control is, by definition, totalitarianism. That's what the word means. Now, Leon Trotsky, as you recall, was one of the original Bolsheviks who led the communist revolution in Russia. In 1937, Trotsky wrote a book entitled The Revolution Betrayed. And in this book, here's what he said. The basis of bureaucratic rule is the poverty of society in objects of consumption. When there is enough goods in a store, the purchasers can come whenever they want to. When there is little goods, the purchasers are compelled to stand in line. When the lines are very long, it's necessary to appoint a policeman to keep order. Such is the starting point of the power of the Soviet bureaucracy. It knows who is to get something and who has to wait. And ladies and gentlemen, there's no better description than that of why the communists work to promote socialism. No matter whose definition you use, under socialism, those who run the government, and the communists are confident that in America, they eventually will be the ones who do so. Those who run the government will know who is to get something and who has to wait. And that represents control over human beings. How can they manipulate the vast majority into accepting socialism when they really don't want it? Well, here again, we find that they have a plan. The strategy is precise and well tested. It's called revolutionary parliamentarianism. Now, the general strategy employed is a political pincers movement, and these are the terms the communists use to describe it. A pincers movement applying political pressure from above and from below. Now, when they talk about pressure from above, they mean using their people and their influence within the very government marked for takeover to bring forward official recommendations for legislation. These come from the highest possible levels and carry the full prestige of the government itself. The recommendations, of course, are offered supposedly as solutions to national problems. But when passed into law, their only real effect is to vastly increase the power of government and to move the country that much closer toward the ultimate goal. The pressure from below, then, involves using their influence over the various mass membership organizations of the country to create the appearance of great popular support for these recommendations. Of course, the members of those organizations must never suspect that they're being used to promote the communist program. Now, the silent majority, the average person with no particular axe to grind, is caught right in the middle. He looks above and sees highly respected spokesmen for government calling for socialist legislation. He looks below and sees mobs of demonstrators shouting for the same thing. He says to himself, has everyone gone crazy or is it me? Now, he's still in the majority, of course, but he doesn't know it. He thinks he's helplessly outnumbered, and he bows to what he thinks is the democratic will of the majority. All that remains, then, is for the duly elected legislators to place their own careers and political expediency above the best interests of the nation, to yield to this political pressure and pass the legislation into law. Then the whole process starts all over again with new recommendations from above, new demands from below, and finally, new capitulation in the halls of Congress. In this way, the nation can move to the left in giant strides until the ultimate goal of communism itself is reached entirely legally through the constitutional process and in the name of the nation. Now, this government pamphlet entitled The New Role of National Legislative Bodies in the Communist Conspiracy is a reprint of 2 chapters taken from a communist textbook used in Czechoslovakia. It was written by Jan Kozak, the historian and theoretician of the Czechoslovakian Communist Party. This is one of the manuals used to teach communist cadre how the tactic of revolutionary parliamentarianism was used successfully in Czechoslovakia and how it might be applied to other countries as well. So as I read this, even though Kozak is speaking of how they did it in Czechoslovakia, think in terms of how the same strategy might be used, or perhaps is being used, right here in America. Kozak said, "The pressure from above successfully employed by our workers' class was the use made of the organs holding power, government, parliament, national committees, for bringing about a wide popularization of revolutionary demands and slogans. The fact that such demands and recommendations emanated directly from the highest state organs had a strong influence on their popularization. Whereas pressure from above is the pressure exerted by the organs of the state, pressure from below is the pressure exerted by the popular masses. The United Mass Organizations, which were led and influenced to a large extent by the communists, represented in this way the direct reserves of the party. All the old proven forms of the struggle were employed: calling of protest meetings, passing of resolutions, sending of delegations, organizing mass demonstrations, and also eventually using strikes, including general strikes. The pressure from below made it impossible for the other parties which had numerical superiority to isolate the communists and to stop the revolution. Thus, it made up for the numerical weakness of the revolutionary representatives. Progress toward socialism may take under these circumstances a democratic and constitutional course. All the changes which in their entirety represent a revolutionary transformation of the capitalist society into a socialist one will proceed absolutely legally and in the name of the nation." Is it possible, do you suppose, that revolutionary parliamentarianism is being used against America today? Is there any evidence of this kind of pressure from above? Well, ladies and gentlemen, all you have to do to answer that question is read some of the official reports and recommendations that have been pouring out in a steady stream for years from the bureaus, special agencies, and commissions of the federal government.
So that's basically what you get from the administrative state, or pretty much any kind of hierarchical structure that holds the power of the pen and the sword. Without the balance of power, or the separation of powers, there's no balance, and you end up with dictatorship. That's not what our country is about. It's not supposed to be. So while that was playing, I made a little playlist here that we're going to go over. Let me share screen here. Just a few shorts that I've made of Kamala being an idiot. Enjoy.
And as Vice President, I am proud to serve alongside one of the greatest champions of our nation's warriors, our President Joe Biden. And talking about the significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time in terms of what we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs. And there is such great significance to the passage of time when we think about a day in the life of our children. You know, when we talk about our children, I know for this group, we all believe that when we talk about the children of the community, they are the children of the community. I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know, what can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
That word salad or Marxism? It's Marxism. That is, in fact, not at all word salad. It's a Marxist incantation, as a matter of fact. It's like a spell. So you can see the possibility of a world that's unburdened from its own history, which is exactly what Mao Zedong did when he launched the campaign of Smash the Four Olds, the four old characteristics of Chinese society. They were going to make a new China that was going to be unburdened by what had been in the past of China. This is what the Soviets, the Bolsheviks, did when they took over power in Russia, is that they were going to make the new Russia. They're going to make the new man, as a matter of fact. People could become unburdened by what has been so that they could see what could possibly be in the terms of a socialist utopia.
Yep. The reason these tyrants and aspiring dictators want everybody to be unburdened by what has been and forget about your history is because if you don't learn from your history, you're bound to repeat it. You get caught up in the moment, end up in an endless cycle. Making the same mistakes over and over and over. The very definition of insanity. They promote this insanity between the lines of their rhetoric, in between their narratives. We've got Munchausen mommies in government. We got Stockholm syndromes in the communities. We've got Dunning and Kruger running the educational institutions. And it's fucking madness. They're doing it on purpose. And they're using a new generation of Manchurian candidates to propel and perpetuate it, using them as cannon fodder. Gaslighting everybody, like as if the people who want to take a proper course and encourage people to do things for themselves and to better their own lives, we're the bad guys. because they want to be the ones to tell everyone how to better your own life. They want to be the ones to tell everybody what a better life is. And it hasn't been getting any better, has it? Well, I appreciate everybody coming by. I know Snowman does too. If you got some extra money laying around, hit up his Cash App. Send him some money. And he'll shout you out next stream he does. But as far as this one, I don't have anything left to share. I don't think he's coming back tonight. So, thank you for your time. Y'all have a good rest of your evening.